Helping me out.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
It doesn't work out.
If you're doing it. And you get the gooey kind, you're gonna get all over you. Welcome, everyone. We'll start right on time here today. And if you'd please stand and join Commissioner Jason Daring in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please take your seats. Where's Brandy? Oh, there you are. Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Commissioners. Barcelona.
Here.
Braun.
Here.
Brazil.
Here.
Cooper. Doring.
Here.
Duggan.
Here.
Yule.
Here.
Gordon.
Here.
Johnson.
And here.
Long.
Here.
Moodian.
Here.
Moon.
Here.
Nieto.
Here.
Rodriguez. Terrio.
Here.
Woolery.
He's here.
13 commissioners present.
Thank you. All right, we are going to call to order. I would like to first introduce our advisory chair, Chief Jason Salazar, to Manny's right, and our post-legal counsel, Toby Darden, to Jason's right, and Executive Director Manny Alvarez to my immediate right. This is the time we begin with public comment set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or not on the agenda, but under the commission's jurisdiction. Pursuant to commission policy, up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comment. Does anyone wish to address the commission? Good morning, Ms. Williamson. Members of the public who wish to speak, we ask you to limit your remarks to no more than 3 minutes. And if many people wish to speak on the same topic, we'll try to limit that to about 1 minute per person.
Brian.
Go ahead, please.
Under 3 minutes, I hope. Good morning, commissioners. It is my sincere hope that more people come to understanding the important role this body plays in police accountability and in shaping the training standards that guide law enforcement across California. As I stated yesterday, it is difficult for many of us to honor the flag and recite the words, justice for all, when the lived experience of so many people in this country tells a different story. On paper, we are born with freedoms, rights, and protections, but in practice, many communities continue to be denied those very promises. As you discuss training today, I urge you to take a deeper look at whether the racial bias training provided at the Museum of Tolerance is truly inclusive of all communities, especially those most negatively impacted by policing in California. In San Diego and likely across the state, people who look like me are stopped, detained, searched, arrested, and jailed at significantly higher rates. Yet the people designing and leading many of the trainings for police officers often do not share or deeply understand those lived experiences. I encourage you to consider training models that are grounded not only in historical education, but also in the statistical realities that exist today on the streets and highways of California. I understand the important role of Museum of Tolerance plays in educating people about history of hate and its consequences. That work matters. But police biases in the field does not pause to analyze certain religious identity before a stop occurs. Officers often see skin tone, clothing, and hair long as first identifiers of who they are stopping. Training must reflect that reality. Policing practices, particularly when examining racial disparities in stops, searches, arrests, and use of force, trainers should reflect that inclusivity. I also heard the term priority cases used yesterday. I may not be using the commission's exact terminology, but I understand that cases meeting certain thresholds receive attention within their prospective processes. I hope they will truly be prioritized. In my city, we have an officer who shot a 16-year-old Black teenager in the back. That case cost taxpayers roughly $30 million. And yet the officer remains employed and has even been listed under inaccurate promoted title of acting detective on official bulletins. When he shot him last year, he was a police officer too. When officers commit the most serious acts of violence, accountability cannot be delayed or diluted. The policing industry and its accountability structures cannot continue to smile in our faces while communities watch unarmed people beaten, shot in the back, or subjected to tactics like knees on necks 6 years after the murder of George Floyd. You have the authority to ensure that officers who commit the most serious acts of misconduct are no longer allowed to serve in law enforcement in California. Communities across this state are depending on you to use that authority fully and responsibly. Accountability delayed is accountability denied, and the communities most impacted by policing have already waited far too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Anyone else like to address the commission?
Good morning, commissioners and everyone here. Sorry, I was yelling into the thing. My name is Yusef Miller. I'm with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody, California. And I want to speak about the accessibility of the community to this board, to this commission. I believe that in public comment and cases going over the decertification of officers, the community should be able to access and speak on those cases. A lot of times, just like now, most people are working. They're not able to come here in person. You see, religiously, you'll see Tasha Williamson and myself here that come in person, but there are a lot more people who are interested in this work, need to know about this work, and support this work. We've been fighting here in California to advance SB2 before it came into law. And now that it's law, I think the people who fought for it should have access to actually commenting on what's going on here at the commission when it comes to decertifying officers or not decertifying officers. This doesn't have to be painful. It doesn't have to be that the community responds to every single item. But when it comes to public comment and the officers that have violated the rights of the community should have access, say, and be able to weigh in on these things. California has been at the forefront of monitoring and holding law enforcement accountable, from the Zoot Suits riot in 43 to the Black Panther Party in 66 to Rodney King in 91, and on and on and on. We see that Californians are very interested in the outcomes of these commissions. We want to make sure that they have that access so that they can weigh in and probably give some direction, some idea, some incentive to go into some innovative directions in this board as well. So I want to plant that seed again. Hopefully you can discuss it again and see if we can come up with a way to open that access to the community. This is an inclusive type of method that I'm speaking about. We also need to consider those people who are differently able, that have something to say, who can't come here in person. Those people also need to have access to what's going on at this board and be able to weigh their voice in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Real quickly on your point, I believe I'll ask our executive director, but I believe we now allow public comment, and it's all put in the members' agendas prior to emails, letters, any testimony from anyone who wishes to is already enumerated, is it not, in the members' agendas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. When the agenda is published, it has a statement in there about public comment, written public comment that can be submitted via email, whether it's a Word doc or an email, within 10 days of the hearing. Copies of those public comments are made for all of the commissioners, and we put copies in the back of the room for anybody who wishes to see them. So that is permissible. And then the meeting obviously is live streamed as well for anybody who wishes to see it, or they could see it after the fact.
I thank you for that, but my comment still stands. I think they should be able to comment in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any questions or comments of Mr. Miller? Seeing none, then our executive director would like to address the commission. Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you again for allowing me to speak at your meeting. Just wanted to update you on a few things that have come before you previously and some things that you should be aware of. So at the December meeting, the advisory committee brought up the Pellet B test scores. Those are the Pellet B, for those of you that don't know, are tests that are generally administered to peace officer candidates prior to going to the academy. It tests reading and writing comprehension and a few other things. We do approximately 3,000 of those, 2,000 to 3,000 of those per month across the state of California. We removed one part of the test, which we refer to as the closed test with a Z, based on academic studies, 3 academic studies across the country that have determined that that is not a good testing model. Somehow or other, that or other things, probably the closed test, has caused an escalation in the Pellet B scores, where individuals that were scoring really, really low are now scoring really, really high. That was brought to our attention in December. We told the advisory committee, and then we informed the commission of this issue in December, and we stated that we were going to do an analysis and report back. We're not there yet. It's a significant effort, but we are working on it. Just to give you an idea, we will be analyzing the test data from January 20 through December 2025, examining score distributions across the test version and trends over the past 5 years. We'll analyze performance patterns amongst repeat test takers with a specific focus on identifying individuals with statistically significant score increases between test attempts in order to evaluate the concerns related to score inflation or practice effects. We'll be analyzing the removal of the close test, or the close portion. And the analysis will include using 2 existing data sets. The data sets contain over 170,000 test scores containing each candidate and the scores produced for each attempt. A second data set containing approximately 20,000 records of item level responses will also be reviewed. So just to give you an idea, we are taking it seriously and we are conducting a review. We're just not ready to provide you those results. We thought we might have the analysis done, but we do not. And we'll report back hopefully in June, if not in September. The other thing that you will see today, you'll see that we've moved more money into our EVOC contracts for the academy. And I wanted to give you some numbers of students going through the academy to show you the escalation of the number of students that are at least starting the academy, not necessarily completing. So in 2020, which is obviously COVID, the number of students that attended that are sponsored by agencies, 2,310, 2021, 3,310, 2022, 4,614, 2023, 4,883, 2024, 5,247, 2025, 6,288. So I am confident that this year we will likely break 7,000 new sponsored students attending the academy, which obviously will increase our EVOC costs. And it's a good thing because more students are going through. The negative is in 2020, we had 510 non-affiliated, not sponsored students. The following year, we had 633, and there's been a decrease in the number of non-affiliated students attending the academy. Last year, we had 312, and we expect that number to probably be around the same. Some other statistics. Yesterday, it came up at the advisory committee in terms of our staffing. I want to give you some current staffing models or staffing data as of the end of February. So our current staffing model is 258 full-time positions. We have 223 positions on board, full-time employees. That's 86%. We have 35 vacancies, or a 14% vacancy rate. In terms of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, the misconduct side of the house, we have 17 full-time vacancies there. 11 of those are law enforcement consultants. Those are the individuals who have law enforcement experience who conduct the investigations. And we have 14 retired annuitants, law enforcement retired annuitants that are supporting us at this time due to those vacancies. So we're getting closer and closer, but we are at a 14% vacancy rate. Yesterday, we mentioned that we are now piloting a tracking mechanism in the electronic data interchange, EDI, for field training. So we will be able to know if an individual has completed field training or not. We need to know that for when they transfer or lateral to another department. It will include, the dates that the individual entered, completed field training, and who their field training officers, and that will go on their profile. We are piloting that right now with LAPD and San Diego PD. And I've mentioned a number of times previously, it's taken a while with the automation of background files. We are getting closer and closer. We're having monthly meetings on the progress. We hope to be piloting it sometime in 2026. The Computer Services Bureau has worked on an API to allow private vendors to send us the info if departments have contracts with private vendors to automate their background process. That is done. We've already communicated with those vendors, and hopefully that will be rolling out this year. That will be a significant thing for us as we review, 7,000, probably this year, 8,000 background files a year, and they're done in person. So that is moving forward. And then lastly, I'd like to mention 2 conferences. So we had a conference last week that we titled the Crisis Management and Coordination Conference. The point of that conference, it was a 2-day conference that was held in Santa Rosa, was to address all hazards and get law enforcement kind of on the same page, working together, understanding the concepts and the failures, the mistakes that we've made, best practices and such. We had approximately 250 people register for the event, and probably over 200 that attended the event. We do feel that we have a role in helping in terms of crisis management and learning from the events that we've had in California. We have just a great deal of experience in California, whether it's earthquakes, floods, mudslides, active shooters, you name it. We have people that have done a lot of those events in California. So we want to capitalize on that. When we finish the event, I think it was well received. The question then is, where do we go from there? I mean, we could put on a conference like that 2-3 times a year, but can we have a more targeted approach to really help those communities, those regions that need help with crisis management and help build their capacity? So that's what we're going to be looking at in the near future. We hope to do another conference, but we hope to kind of capitalize on what we learned from that one and have a little bit of a targeted approach. If you all have feedback on that, or if you had personnel from your departments there, please let us know. The attendees were from Cal OES Mutual Aid Regions 2, 3, and 4, and we did the conference in collaboration with Cal OES. I want to thank Sheriff Corey Honey from Butte County, who did a presentation on creating a culture within a department to deal with all hazards. He's obviously had a number of events in Butte County, whether it's a dam that was going to break, active shooter, and of course he had some significant fires, wildfires in Butte County. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Rick Brazil, who I think we gave him 3 hours, and I think the attendees probably would have appreciated 6 hours. Commissioner Brazil, they appreciated all of your experience. So Commissioner Brazil spoke to some of the after actions and the importance of after actions when we do have an event, as opposed to just, hey, it worked out, nobody got hurt, let's move on to the next one. So thank you, Commissioner Brazil, for the lessons learned from the events that you studied. And then the next and last topic is we're hosting a conference on May 13th in El Segundo. We titled it The Power of Mentorship. And it is the purpose of it, it's a 1-day, 8-hour conference to empower and demonstrate to the attendees the important role they play in developing fellow employees. It is geared to professional staff supervisors, FTOs, corporals, RTOs, and new supervisors. And again, we want to demonstrate to them how important it is and how they can have a lasting impact on somebody's career if they put them on the right path as mentors. So we hope to have approximately 200 of those attendees at that conference. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my opening remarks. I'm happy to take questions if anyone would like.
Any questions for Mr. Alvarez? Seeing none, we'll jump right into the agenda. The first item is looking for a motion to approve the transcript and action summary from December 3rd. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Dorian,
Seconds.
thank you. Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the transcript and action summary is adopted. We next move to consent items. We will have presentations on items B, D, E, and F. And B is we'll start with B, the certification and decertification update. Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler and Staff Services Manager Stacy Townsend from the Certification Bureau and Professional Conduct Bureau Chief Christine Ford will report. No action is required. I'll preface this by saying, as always, this report is full of information, but rather than walk through 40 pages of impressive and growing information dashboard, I would encourage everyone to digest it at their own pace and on their own time. But staff are here today to answer specific questions. They're rightly proud of this product. One element of the report that I think merits highlighting today, because it was a request of the commission, is the new information on the education level of officers being certified and decertified. Also, finally, at the conclusion of this report, the report also includes a listing of 32 officers who will be decertified as a result of committing felonies. This is a ministerial action and does not require a vote of the commission. Michelle, Christine, and Stacy, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So before we dive into the statistics, I wanted to draw attention to this lovely document that is before you. Our disciplinary guidelines were finally approved and are now in effect. There is a link to Commission Regulation 1216 on our website. This document is also published on our website under publications. Because it was approved so close to this meeting, we only have enough hard copies for you guys to have them right now. So thank you to the entire commission for your patience in getting this done, especially to Commissioners Gordon and Brazil for your contribution to the development of this document. So yeah, woohoo, 1.5 years of hard work and it's done. No, actually maybe closer to 2 years. So I want to draw attention to that before we dive in. I'm not going to go through all these stats. I did want to draw attention really quick to the first few slides you have of statistics and data are a composition from 2023, 24, and 25. And then the next set of slides will be for 2026 year to date, so that you can see where we're at this year relative to where we were at this point in each of the previous 3 years. I did also want to point out really quickly a couple of different numbers on the slide for the 2026 certification statistics, because we have had some changes since this was agendized. We now have 6 immediate temporary suspensions, 16 voluntary surrenders, 21 revocations, and 14 individuals deemed ineligible as peace officers in just the 2 weeks since this was published. And now I'm going to, if nobody else has any questions, I'm going to hand it over to Stacy so she can present the long-awaited education data.
So I'll just start that. So the ask was for the level of education of peace officers without degrees indicated. There are more than 22,000 active peace officers that do not have a college degree indicated. I took 3 data samples of 500 each, and the data showed that 91.2% of the officers had some sort of college coursework. All of them had some sort of formal education, whether it be college coursework or advanced officer training or academy. So this first slide is a bar graph just that showing the number of officers for each data set that had the combination of education levels. And then this pie chart is the average, so the percentage of all 3 data samples together. As you can see, the majority of them do have some sort of formal education, mostly college coursework or advanced officer training or academy. This is more of a breakdown. So this is the first data set. The larger pie chart is the main groups. The smaller pie chart is breaking down the other portion, which has the level of education combinations that include military service, life work experience, or other academies, for example, fire academy or EMT, just various other academies. And this is the second data set, again, pretty similar to the first data set with the other combinations of that include the military or the life work experience. Most of them still have college coursework experience or credits. And the third data set still pretty similar. And then that is the average of all 3 data sets together. So again, still showing that the majority of the officers have college coursework credits. This last chart shows the number of officers that have military experience, life work experience, or other academy experience. Many of these officers are included in all of those numbers because they have military experience as well as life work experience. So they are counted in each of those.
Any questions or comments on the education portion?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I know you have the presentation already, so I will only hit updates and or highlights on particular slides. First slide, as you can see, we've had our highest reporting since the implementation of SB2, with most agencies submitting multiple reports. As you are aware, in October, we did send a letter out. We identified agencies that had 0 reporting or lower than expected reports. We narrowed those down to 60 traditional law enforcement agencies. We did send them a letter requesting that they verify their numbers versus what Post had. 45 of the 60 responded quite quickly, and we have been in contact with the 15 remaining agencies thus far. This shows our intake of serious misconduct reports. I think the key to this is we are trending, as we are in the past, that 2,500 reports per quarter is what we're receiving. We received 3,300 public complaints. This just gives you a breakdown of per quarter how many complaints we are getting in. We are actively investigating public complaints. As you can see, here is the breakdown. We've closed out 43%. 28% of the public complaints are with Post and being reviewed, and the remaining are with the agencies for additional documentation. The key point on this slide is to indicate that once an agency has completed their IA investigation, when they submit the initial notification to us, it's about 8 months before we get the final IA from them. And that's when Post begins their investigation at that point. Just gives a breakdown of all of our allegations thus far. As you can see, the top 3 has not changed since we started SB2, which is excessive use of force, bias, and abuse of power. We do prioritize our cases, as you're aware. I think the key on the next 2 slides on this is that our top 3 for priority ones, which are sustained agency findings, are acts that violate the law, dishonesty, and excessive use of force. As you can see from this slide, 90% of our closures include ITS, public complaints, and all of the priority cases thus far. So we are working on that 7%. Case closures, as you're aware, we did have a backlog of priority 3 cases. I'm happy to report that we are at this point caught up statewide. So this just gives a breakdown of the closures. I do want to make a point that February 1st, we did stop doing the abbreviated closures. So now even on P3s, we are going through a whole process of looking at each case individually with the IAs and the videos. To date, we have cleared and closed all of our cases within that 3-year statutory timeframe that we do have. It takes on average about 7 months for our investigators to get a case and then close it. As you can see, 95% of our case closures involve a no further action, and I will address what that means. But approximately 2% we've taken action on the cases. Breakdown on our no further action cases are 79% are not serious misconduct, and 4% result in not clear and convincing, which basically means when we got the case, we could not get to the clear and convincing evidentiary standard. This bar graph just gives you an idea of the breakdown for each of the priority cases and their closures and the reasons. As you can see, P3s and P4s are primarily closed because they do not meet serious misconduct, while our priority 1s and 2s are because we could not get to clear and convincing evidence. Our closure trends for public complaints, as you can see, we've closed out 86%. Majority is that they do not meet serious misconduct, and a small percentage, 5, do not meet because they were non-jurisdictional, which basically means we got the complaint did not include an officer that was indicated under the penal code that we work under.
Questions from Ms. Ford? Mr. Moodian?
May I ask an earlier question related to the presentation on college coursework?
Please.
Do the data are there any particular majors that tend to be the most common majors among those who complete is criminal justice? And do most departments have a generous college reimbursement program?
We did not look at the breakdown of what the majors were or what the courses were, so I'm not sure about that.
Okay, thank you.
And then as to your second question, it varies from agency to agency, whether they offer reimbursement and how much reimbursement. And then along those lines, because the question came up yesterday, the advisory committee, the salary incentives also vary by agency, how much they offer and whether they, offer it at all. Those also vary agency by agency.
And just a little further insight, it's typically
Mr.
not
Gordon.
generous.
And I guess just an added note on the data, we extrapolated a sample size of 1,500 to the 82,000, which looks like it's a huge number to extrapolate to. So we started with sample sizes of 500. And if there was an extreme difference within those each sample size as we drew them, then we would continue to draw a 500 person sample size that was drawn randomly. But as you can see, the data was similar with each data set, so we felt it was safe to extrapolate that information. It's also, since I know you're newer to our commission, the data is also based on what's provided to us. So it's not covering every single officer. So we don't have education data for all 82,000 plus officers. It's only the peace officers who have applied for a professional certificate. So that would be their intermediate, advanced, supervisory, etc. So the data we have is limited, but yeah.
Thank you.
We have sent out 77 notice of intent to revoke letters. Over 48 of those result in a default decision, which is approximately 62%. And then 25 have resulted in appeal, which you will hear the 3 cases this week, or 2 of the cases. I did want to provide a little bit of an update since the last commission meeting in regards to, that's not on your slide. Since December of 2025, we did send out 12 notice of intent to revoke letters. Of those 12, 4 defaulted, 5 appealed, and 3 are currently in their 30-day review period. As far as their officer status at the time we sent those letters, 5 of them were employed, 4 are terminated, and 3 resigned.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Further questions? I believe our executive director would like to add a point.
Sure. Christine, are you good? Okay, great. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to mention, since this is a meeting that is very heavy on financial aspects of post, so we have a funding mechanism for Office of Administrative Hearings, expenditures or costs related to the ALJ hearings. And we also have a separate budget line item for DOJ for paying for representation for the cases that my 3 colleagues mentioned when they do go to an ALJ hearing after you all make a recommendation or send it over to the ALJ. The funding stream for OAH is ongoing until the legislature says otherwise. So we will have that in the budget for next year, the year after, hopefully in the year after. It's approximately $5 million. We've given some of that money back in terms of budget cuts because we knew we were not going to spend the $5 million. We've had 1 hearing to date. We anticipate having at least 5 more by the end of this year. The DOJ money, however, was 3-year money. So we had that in our budget every year. Again, another $5 million. That will expire in June, at the end of June. So we are working with the administration to try to recover that funding stream, so to speak, so we can continue to pay for the DOJ bills as they come through to represent us at the ALJ hearings and represent us at this commission meeting and at the board meetings. To give you an idea, the cases are taking almost 9-12 months before an ALJ is scheduling the hearings. We have the next hearing, I believe, in August. It's a case that I believe you guys heard over the summer of an LA sheriff's deputy. The one case that we have moved through and the ALJ has issued a final report, just to give you an idea, the cost is $42,000 to post for a breakup of DOJ costs and OAH costs. So there's just our costs. So they are not cheap. And that obviously doesn't include the cost to the individual who contested the action before him.
Questions? Commissioner Gordon?
A quick question and clarification. So 9 months after this body hears the case, it's an additional 9 months before it actually goes to the ALJ?
Generally, yes. It's taking that long. I mean, unless it's a little shorter. Anne Marie, or Toby, has it been shorter? It seems like it's taking 6 to 9 months, 9 months or so.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Gordon. The Office of Administrative Hearings kind of gave us their commitment that they would schedule these hearings, try to schedule these hearings within about 4 months of us getting them over to OAH. But there's a time period that it goes to the Department of Justice and they work on the accusation being filed. So I think what Manny's referring to is from the time you guys make your decision, it goes to the Department of Justice. They work on the accusation gets filed, then the respondent has to file a notice of defense, and that notice of defense is filed, and then it goes over to OAH and they schedule the hearings. So OAH is still pretty much keeping their commitment to us to schedule the hearings within 4 to 6 months. I can tell you at this point, we've had a number of continuances requested and granted because of scheduling conflicts for the defense attorney. So that's really where there's more of a delay. Our executive director talked about hearings that are being conducted. We actually have a hearing scheduled in May this year. And that one is one that you guys heard, probably one of the very first cases you guys heard. So they are taking some time, but I can tell you that case was scheduled a while back. I think it was scheduled last year. And there was a request for a continuance, and that request was granted. We are pushing back on some of those continuances now because, again, it's just a delay in prosecution, right? And that can be a strategy used to try to, the facts get older, the recollection gets older. It's more difficult to prosecute, but I appreciate the question.
And then just a follow-up to that
Sure.
answer would be, once the ALJ hears the full presentation of the case, how long before you're receiving an ALJ decision?
So the ALJ has 30 days within which to render a decision to us. And then we have 100 days where we have to take action on that decision. So they only have 30 days after they hear the case to get a written decision to us or proposed decision.
And then during that follow-up 100 days, is that when it would come back to the commission for the final vote?
Yep, that's true. You will actually be hearing today in closed session a case where we have a proposed decision from an ALJ, and it is before you for a final decision. It's on a cancellation case. It was the case that Manny was just referring to, excuse me, our executive director was just referring to. That was the $42,000 cost. That's DOJ and OAH expenses. But yeah, that case is before you folks today in closed session.
And how many cases do we have currently scheduled to go to the ALJ?
We have 5 cases at the Office of Administrative Hearings, but there are probably about 13 cases total right now pending with DOJ and OAH, meaning they're in that accusation filing stage or preparatory phase to get the accusation filed. 5 cases have been scheduled and have hearing dates, but there's about another 7 or so that are in that process of being scheduled.
Has there been any discussion internally or even with, the governor's office about looking at the totality of how long these cases take and whether the current format of it going to the advisory board, then us, then to the ALJ, and then back to us, whether that is the most effective use of the process?
I think there are other parties that are looking at that. Other interests, associations, et cetera, are looking at the current process in terms of the pre-hearing phase and then the hearing phase and then the decision phase. They've expressed concern with how long it takes and whether or not that pre-hearing phase is actually necessary. So yeah, I do think that's being looked at in terms of a legislative fix, not by post, but by other interested parties.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Commissioner Doring, just to clarify too, so if we have a case that comes back to the commission from the ALJ and it's a case that we heard and voted on versus the one that we're hearing today in executive session, would that process be different for the second time around, or that would still just be a closed session reviewing the ALJ's decision, or would we have a second full hearing as we did the first time?
You could choose to do that. However, the process generally flows where if it's had the evidentiary hearing and there's a proposed decision before this body, that you would consider that proposed decision with your counsel in closed session to get any kind of legal advice or technical advice regarding the judge's proposed decision. And then you would return to open session and your decision would actually be made available during the public session. I think your question was twofold. If we didn't have the pre-hearing phase, no, there would not necessarily be open deliberation by this body regarding the case. You could choose to do your deliberations in open session. That would be a choice of the commission.
Mr. Gordon?
His question spurred another question then. So just because we have not seen one coming back from the ALJ to this point, I just want to be kind of clear on what we can expect as we move forward. Is that closed session material, will we have the ability, because clearly our first exposure is not a full evidentiary hearing, which is the point of the ALJ. Will we see all that material that we are going to make our final decision on before we are all in a room to discuss it? So is there going to be a format where we get to see all of what is being discussed, and the full ALJ decision before we go into closed session to make those decisions?
You can request the entire record of the evidentiary hearing and have that all available to you, including the transcripts and anything that was available through the course of the hearing, discovery-wise and et cetera. You can request all of that, and the Office of Administrative Hearing would make all of that available to you to review prior to your closed session deliberation.
And if it wasn't requested, what would post be providing us?
The judge's proposed decision, which is a summary of all of the facts and evidence taken at the hearing and their proposed decision based on that summary of facts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Del Monayo. Looks different. Let me just ask Mr. Bing and Ms. Essex, do we have a couple extra copies of this report that we could provide to our witnesses from earlier? Mr. Miller and Ms. Williamson have asked for this type of information. If we could make available to them a couple of copies, that would be helpful, I think. Thank you. Most of that information is online. A couple of the charts are a little harder to find, so that should make it easier for you. Our next item, item D, is a report on the creation and priorities of the Compliance, Audit, and Accountability Bureau. New Bureau Chief Robert Bob Tripp will report on the Bureau. Mr. Tripp has recently joined us from the FBI, one of now several members of the FBI caucus on the West Coast. Former FBI agents on the West Coast. Mr. Tripp.
We're a growing presence. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce Post's newest bureau, the Compliance, Audit, and Accountability Bureau, or CAB. CAB's mission is to promote the efficiency and effectiveness of Post programs through audits, compliance reviews, and program assessments. To explain what that looks like, I'd like to walk you through the three teams that compose the Bureau. The first is our audit team, which will conduct formal audits of internal and external contracts, reimbursements, and expenditures. Regarding the internal work, CAB will supplement the due diligence of Post program managers and supervisors and provide regular reviews of costs over a certain threshold. The goal is to make rigorous internal auditing a routine part of our business practice. Regarding externally facing projects, as you're aware, Post currently contracts with the State Controller's Office to conduct audits of agencies receiving Post reimbursements. Our current contract, in fact, calls for 12 such audits to be done this fiscal year. Well, we anticipate bringing those audits into CAB, and our intent is to do so as soon as staffing allows, with the goal of having staff in place prior to the next renewal of the SEO contract. The staffing plan for the audit team is actually displayed on the monitor. We anticipate having 3 auditors supervised by a staff management auditor. We are in the process of hiring the staff management auditor currently. We actually have interviews scheduled next week. And once that person is in place, we will bring on the remaining people on the team. The second team is our quality assessment team. This team will conduct qualitative assessments of Post programs and initiatives. One priority for the quality assessment team is management of the quality assessment program, QAP, which is transitioning to CAB from the Training Program Services Bureau. Another priority for the quality assessment team is partnering with the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division to look at how we're investigating serious misconduct cases. We will review investigative methodologies and standards to ensure consistency across the 3 professional conduct bureaus and adherence to the law and, of course, to your guidance. This team will be staffed by 3 law enforcement consultants, 1 LEC2 and 2 LEC1s. Our LEC2 is currently on board, and we have advertised for the LEC1, but have not yet selected a candidate. We will be doing interviews next week. The last team in CAB is our policy and administration team, which will both support the projects of the other 2 teams, as well as collaborate with them to identify gaps in policy and regulation and to address those gaps. Our staffing plan for this team is 1 manager 2 who is currently on board, and an analyst 1 or an analyst 2 supporting the manager. As I said, the manager is currently on board. We are advertising for the analyst, and we'll be doing interviews in coming weeks as well. So when staffed, the 3 teams will be able to initiate projects and answer to questions regarding the value and execution of POST programs. These are questions that come up both internally at POST, as well as questions that come up here in public meetings, and of course, anything at the request of the Commission. CAB assessments and audits will offer an independent perspective. They will perform thoughtful analysis, identify best practices, and as needed, develop mitigation strategies. So that, in brief, is what CAB is all about. We have a significant internally focused component to our work, but there's plenty of opportunity for us to engage in externally facing projects, especially regarding training and reimbursements. And that actually concludes my presentation, pending any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. Any questions or comments of our newest bureau and newest bureau chief? Commissioner Brazil. Oh.
It went on by itself.
Chief Salazar, were there any comments on the advisory committee on this item?
Thank you, Chair Long. On this item, there were no comments, just questions regarding the staffing, but staff addressed those.
No questions for Mr. Tripp. Thank you very much and welcome again. I neglected to ask Chief Salazar to talk about the advisory committee's reaction to the certification report from yesterday. I believe they had a longer discussion.
Thank you, Chair Long. Yes, the advisory committee had a good discussion yesterday on several areas related to the last report. I'll start with just some of the stats that were provided with regards to misconduct and some of the demographics related to that. But there was some discussion noting that the serious misconduct was happening kind of more mid-career, 5 to 7, 5 to 10 years. So a little bit later than maybe anticipated in some, in terms of average years of service or average age. So there was discussion about how that data might be vetted out in the future to determine the impacts of that wellness may have on some of that serious misconduct and discipline. And so we had a good discussion related to that. There was a question regarded to, and staff is working on this one, but and there was on slide 31, had to do with 79% of the reports not considered serious misconduct, and whether or not there is a theme as to which categories of misconduct are being reported in that 79%, and then being determined not to be serious misconduct. And that question primarily has to do with, again, the question about the broadness of some of the definitions and whether or not those can be refined to kind of address some of that issue. A lot of discussion was had with regards to the education data. It was very appreciated. I can tell you Sheriff Honey was very excited about the education data that was presented, but we also noted that it's a very small sample at this time, and that the data is actually very limited because there is no requirement either for post or for agencies or individual officers to submit education data. So if you don't have it at the time they initially get hired and it's input into EDI, or you don't get that information until they apply for either an intermediate or an advanced certificate, Post doesn't have accurate information with regards to what an officer's education status is. So the data could be very off in some areas. And if it's going to be some sort of emphasis, we had some discussion about how that could be captured more accurately. Is there a way or a requirement either from the officers or the agencies or from Post to enter that information so that it's more accurately kept into EDI? Some questions about whether or not it can be captured from resume, instructor resumes as well, because typically that has education data as well. So in closing, we basically just had a lot of discussion as to whether or not we could get more accurate education data and the value of that. A question that was related to whether or not there's any nexus to an officer's level of education and discipline or serious misconduct, but the data is just not sufficient yet to vet that information out. And then there was, I don't know that we just saw it, but there was one slide that had to do with comparison to other state licensing agencies and the actions taken under SB2. And we did have some discussion there, and I noted some fairly significant differences between those other state licensing agencies as well with regards to what's required under Post and SB2. So that is, we had a good discussion, and that's kind of a summary of what the discussion was, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Chief. Our next item is a legislative update from Legislative Liaison Megan Polis, who will report on where the legislature is. They're obviously early on in the session, so this stuff is somewhat gestational. Megan.
What we're calling it. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm happy to be here as your certified black cloud to give my quarterly doom and gloom report. You're welcome in advance. It is the second year of a 2-year session, began on January 5th, and we're now past the deadline for bill introduction. Committee has literally just started this week. So we're in the very, very early stages, lots of bills to comb through. So I'm only going to give you an update on a very small amount of bills that are of interest to post specifically. The first bill is AB 1586 by Assemblymember Ramos. This bill would essentially require every school resource officer while on duty to carry an opioid antagonist to provide emergency treatment during an overdose. And it would also require every SRO upon assignment and every 2 years to complete an opioid overdose recognition and response training. I also want to outline that bill has definitions of what an SRO is, and it would apply to contract agencies as well. So it's pretty much everyone. AB 1814 by Assemblymember Alanis. This bill would require posts to create a course relating to the detection and apprehension of drivers under the influence. This bill outlines specific course objectives and requires a minimum of 3 hours of training to include training scenarios. All peace officers with a rank of supervisor or below who are assigned primarily to traffic enforcement would be required to take this course and every 2 years after. There is a carve out for, because CHP primarily conducts this training right now. So there's a carve out if they don't want to take the post course, they can take the CHP course that's post certified. Assembly Bill 2119 by Assemblymember Jackson. This bill would require posts to update our existing guidelines and training to include specific gender bias prevention and trauma-informed methods for responding to victims regardless of gender. AB 2347 by Assemblymember Ahrens this bill would require posts to review existing hate crimes training for effectiveness and then adopt evidence-based training requirements to address gaps identified in that review as it pertains to hate crimes. And then the last bill I'm going to mention is Senate Bill 937 by Senator Gonzalez. This bill would expand on current prohibitions to disperse crowds during a protest or demonstration to include flashbang grenades. So if you recall, several years ago, there was a bill passed to prevent kinetic projectile tools being used during demonstrations and protests, and this would expand on that and include the flashbang. There are several bills relating to public employment, secondary employment, and disqualifications with the intention to prevent ICE agents from becoming peace officers, as well as peace officers working as ICE agents. I know you are all aware of those bills as they are highly political. I just want to add that as the session continues, Post is tracking all of these bills and will obviously update you as we progress. And I also like to caution that this time of year always seems chaotic in the legislature. So we have a lot of time between now and August. So with that, I yield my time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Polis. Any questions from commissioners on any of this legislation? Chief Salazar, was the advisory committee excited by any of these potential bills?
Thank you, Chair Long. Very excited by a number of these bills. It's just some questions with regards to a couple of bills related to training, but nothing specific.
No more questions. Thank you, Ms. Polis.
You're welcome.
I'll have a presentation on one of our tried and true items, Regulation 1005 update. Our Chief Counsel, William Sisyphus Darden, will report on this boulder.
I think that requires an explanation, Mr. Chair, but that's okay.
Tobias, could you pull up the staff report if you haven't done it already? I'd appreciate it. Good morning, Commissioners. This is really a procedural, not a substantive update. As you recall, in the end of last year, we presented to you a draft update of the minimum entry-level training, foundational training standards for peace officers. You'll probably recollect that it was an extensive proposed revision. We're going from about a page and a half or 2 pages of the existing regulatory text to over 18 pages in order for us to cover each category of peace officer that is laid out in the California Penal Code. So it's an extensive change. Our intention had been hopefully to try to get it out early this year with the hope that we might be able to have public comment concluded even prior to this meeting. Unfortunately, we ran into a couple of problems. First, the OAL publication deadlines were not our friend. But more fundamentally and more problematically, what we discovered in putting together the package for the Office of Administrative Law, in light of the extensive changes to the regulation and the number of new sections that we were putting into 1005, it took an already very complicated regulatory provision, 1005, and turned it into one which is even more of a monster than frankly it already is. So if you've looked at 1005 in a while, you'll see that at the beginning of the regulation, there's some foundational training requirements for RBC type positions. Then it goes into basic course waiver and field training program requirements. So we get back into additional requirements for foundational training for different types of peace officers. And we get into CPT and ledge mandated and a bunch of other topics. And so it got to the point where this regulation, as we were proposing to take into OAL, was really just too dense and difficult to follow. We've also received some feedback from OAL over the years that because 1005 covers so many discrete areas, that OAL thought that at some point it would be appropriate for us to try to split it up so that it is easier to understand. And this really is the time for us to do that. So what we're proposing to do now is we are hoping to put it out for public comment, certainly so that comment will be closed before our next commission meeting. But as you see up on the screen, what we would like to do now as we put it out to OAL is we want to split it up into sections that are more discrete and understandable so that the officers, the agencies, and the public will be able to really better understand and find the content more easily within the code of regulations. So what we propose to do is 1005 would simply be a section talking about the scope of the entire 1005 regulatory provisions. And then the new foundational training requirements, which is that new extensive regulatory sections, that would be 1005.01. And then as you see, we would have 02 now would be the basic course waiver, 03 field training program requirement, 04 continuing professional training, 05 ledge mandated courses, 06 supervisory course, 07 management course, 08 rifle and shotgun training, and 09 the optional training. So hopefully, as you can see from that, all of that was just sort of smushed into the existing 1005, and it's why the regulation is really too dense and difficult to follow as it is. And so particularly with adding all of this new content, we thought that this is the time for us to do what OAL has long suggested, and that is to split this up so that it's more easily understandable. So our intention is not to make any changes other than numbering to anything other than the foundational training requirements. So you won't, when this comes back to you, you won't see anything different in the 02 through 09 sections. They will be intact. It simply will be a revision of the structure of the statute. So the numbering is different and they're broken up into sections that again are clearer, more discrete, and easier for everybody to understand as they are looking through it. So no substantive updates, just that procedural update. We do intend to put it out, and I'm looking at my friends from BTB who are helping me with the monumental task of trying to basically do this gut and amend of this regulation. And so our intention is to get it out hopefully within the next month or so. I'm looking at Jennifer. And we'll get it out for public comment and then hopefully have public comment closed in time for the next commission meeting. So that's really all I have unless there are any questions. And thanks to Kern County, I appreciate them, their continued interest in this and for coming down, although we're not talking substance today, so just procedure.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Doug.
Nieto.
Yes.
Oh, Commissioner Nieto.
Excuse me. And this is to Director Alvarez. On one of those was the rifle and shotgun. We've discussed this in prior years. My question is, and I'm bringing this from the chiefs in my county, is regarding again the shotgun requirement. Have we done a study lately to see how many agencies still use the shotgun? Because it is a disqualifier in the academy. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So if I may, we have not recently done a study of departments that use shotguns. We are having discussions about how we can address the concerns from departments that are not using shotguns. The challenge is there are departments that use them, especially rural departments, and they will have to send people out after they complete their basic training to go get shotgun training. Also, we've addressed, and maybe Toby can speak to it since he did the analysis of the less lethal shotguns that are out in the field. Many of those less lethal shotguns are considered shotguns per DOJ, per the law. So those individuals that carry less lethal shotguns that meet the criteria, which we think are a majority of the less lethal shotguns, are going to also have to go through shotgun training. So those are the concerns that we have. I think generally speaking, we're not necessarily opposed to removing it, but we know it's going to have a cascading effect on departments that are using less lethal or that carry shotguns. So those are the concerns that we have. But we did, we told the academy directors back in September that we intend to address it this year if there is some mechanism to work on that to get to some middle ground that we can either remove it or help those agencies along that that don't require their officers carry shotguns. I don't know if that answers it, but I don't know how many of the departments here carry less lethal shotguns, and if they're shotguns that are converted, they are going to be considered less lethal shotguns, or they're going to be considered shotguns.
Commissioner Nieto? I think the concern, speaking with different chiefs and speaking with different sheriffs, is not the training. It becomes an automatic disqualifier if they don't qualify after they fail once, they get remediated, and if they fail twice, they are completely out of the academy. And so that's why it's a concern. I think chiefs and sheriffs all want extra training, but I think that's the main concern with the conversations that I've had personally.
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto, and your point is very well taken. We've had discussions about removing the testing component and making it a familiarization training. It is not required in law that they be tested. It's required that they receive the training. So we have had those discussions, and we intend to have a workshop to address the shotgun aspect of it in June. So hopefully we should have some more detail probably at the September meeting, but we are working on it. We definitely recognize the concerns. We're also hearing from some of the academies that they're having issues finding parts for the Remington 870 shotgun, which is primarily what's being used. So we are hearing it, and we recognize the issues. Thank you. We'll bring it back hopefully in September, if that's okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto. Additional comments from any of the commissioners? Chief Salazar from the advisory committee.
Just support on this and no concerns with regards to this item. Thank you.
Wait, let me ask Connie, how you doing? Is break now?
Okay, we can go another, well, I don't know.
We got a big section coming up on contracts now. You want to take a break now, or do you want
Now, yes.
to? All right. Let's come back. So 15 minutes. Let's take a 15-minute break, which puts us back here at 11:25. Thank you. Hello? Hello. Could everyone take a chair and we'll get going? It's 11:25, 11:26.
Oh, it's not too much trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's.
Please take your seats and we'll get moving here. I was gonna do it with the first roll call. I was just gonna do it with the first roll call.
Okay.
Okay, that, yeah. I will move now to what is essentially the centerpiece of today's item agenda, the training contracts. We'll also take them slightly out of order because we'll begin with the contract or the overview fiscal items, which is 3L, 3K, and 3M. Then we will bring up the individual contracts. Technically, though, it's probably important to note these are not actually contracts, but rather authorized spending amounts. And all referenced contract amounts are ceilings. Everyone should know. Administrative Services Bureau Chief Cheryl Smith will briefly report on year-to-date expenditures before introducing ad seriatim. We'll do each one, proposed 26-27 contracts requiring commission approval. We should be able to vote relatively quickly on each item. Staff will answer and address any questions anyone has on any contract, and any commissioner who has reservations, questions, or wants to abstain can do so as we'll take up each contract in order. Ms. Smith.
Right. Good morning, Chair Long, Commissioners. So on this first slide, we have the contract expenditures. So the contract expenditures are the contracts that the commission approves that are 250,000 and up. So this is where we currently stand with how much is executed, how much has been invoiced so far, and all these are based on, it was February 4th when expenditures. Does anybody have any questions regarding contract expenditures?
These charts are all in your agenda as well.
Yes, correct. And then next we have will be the expenditure report. So it will show the state and where we're currently at with it in a whole. And the next slide will be
Let's leave that aside for a minute. For a quick minute, since we've all been together, we've had the budget introduction. Maybe I could just a quick comment, maybe, Mr. Executive Director, on the post budget, given what may befall the state in the months to come. Do you have anything you'd like to say? I've not talked to Annie about this, so it's totally catching him cold. But
I think
we're going to get into that.
Cheryl is going to address the proposed budget, if I may.
Good.
Defer to her.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Commissioner Nieto. On the real quick, again, because we're just seeing numbers on these things and we're not seeing where we're at. So I guess this is either to the presenter or to the executive director. Are we within our good numbers compared to other years? Because I know there's been some budget issues.
That's a question.
Sure. Commissioner Nieto, yes, I think our budget is pretty much going to be the same, or we anticipate it being the same, and we're planning forward with the training contracts that are before you today, as well as the local assistance being the same. If there are budget cuts, we anticipate those budget cuts coming from administration. We've obviously already agreed to certain budget cuts in the last couple of years, but we anticipate the budget, we hope, will be the same as the last few years in terms of training delivery.
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto. Ms. Smith.
Okay, so then we have state penalty fund breakdown, lists the different appropriations, standards, training, peace officer trainings, and post administration. So it's just a breakdown of the state penalty fund money. And then the general fund. So the money we get from general fund, and then it breaks it down again by standards, training, peace officer training, and then post administration. And that's where we currently stand with each of our expenditures for the different funds. Does anybody have any questions regarding those?
Commissioner Terrio, the state penalty fund allocation, just approximately 5 years, how much has that been decreasing over time?
On how much we're getting from Department of Finance?
Yes.
Actually, I think this is the first year we've decreased from previous years. And then some of it was SB2, we had BCPs, and at first, it gave us a higher amount of money, and then it decreased each year based on us getting going and purchasing the things that we would need for SB2. And so then it slowly is cutting back also.
This is the first decrease though, first year.
First year that we've seen a significant decrease in our budget.
Okay, thank you.
So the next slide is going to show.
Mr. Executive Director had a comment?
If I may, for Commissioner Terrio, perhaps in June, we could give you an idea of we're not the only department that has funding that comes from the state penalty fund, but we can perhaps put a chart together. I think they make it public anyway on how much money is coming into the state penalty fund as a whole year by year. Obviously, it's decreased in the last decade, so we can easily present that at the next meeting.
Commissioner Terrio, thank you. That would be helpful just to know obviously what that breakdown is. I mean, I think most people are aware the state penalty fund has been decreasing for some time, but then it would be also just good to have that comparable for post specifically. Thank you.
Right. And then this is the proposed budget for 26-27. So for 25-26, our budget was at 102 million. And so for 26-27, it's proposed at 96 million. This includes some salary savings benefits, and we did some budget drills that we've given back some of the positions and done some reductions based on the governor asking for some to fix the state budget. Does anybody have questions in regards to the proposed budget at all?
Commissioner Nieto, and I jumped to a different chart real quick. I see that under the supervisory thing it's gone down about 220,000. Is there, and these are the first line leaders, director. So why that cut there? Or do we just have less that need to go through? I mean, I think this would be an important one that for agencies that these are the people we get trained before some of the higher levels.
Looking at my colleagues to see if they have that answer. I presume I won't speak because I'll screw it up. But Kenya and Tom. So, just keep me going. I'll screw it up.
And Commissioner,
Yeah, before Kenya goes back to the original question we had on the budget positions you gave up and our positions you gave up, do we permanently give them up or do we freeze them?
They're supposed to be permanent.
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be permanent. We went
Okay.
from 263 positions, I believe, to 258. We are still seeing some of the reports in the Department of Finance reporting that shows us having 263 positions, and we've tried to clarify, do we have them? Do we not have them? But we're operating on the stance that we have 258 positions, and they were permanent reductions. Yes. And if I may, the budget numbers and the decline in our budget is primarily due to those positions, as well as to the OAH and DOJ costs. That's how we got to those numbers.
All right, I thought I'd just close that one out before we move
Yeah.
on to another topic. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
I believe those positions that are being eliminated will be eliminated within the next month. So they'll not show anymore. And then the question, is that on the proposed contracts are you talking about, or is
Yeah,
it
the
expenditure?
26-27 contracts that are going to require approval by the commission. And it seems like that amount, it came from the supervisory course, but yet SLI remains static, which is not required. Management course went up a little bit. I know you have to balance it, but I would think that first line leaders would be important. Is it because there's less? I just want to understand why we are making this cuts, or why you're proposing the cuts in that
And maybe
area.
perhaps Commissioner we should just deal with that when we get to the supervisory contract, because we'll go through each one. So any concerns any commissioner has on any of them, we'll address at that time. Does that make that okay, Ms. Smith? We'll wait till we get to the supervisory contract, which is toward the top. Going to continue on.
Perfect. So I think the last slide. The contracts that need approval for 26-27. This would be all contracts that are 250,000 and more needs commission approval. So each of these, we're going to go through, and Chair Long, correct me if I'm wrong, and we'll vote on each one to approve the amount that's proposed for 26-27.
Yes, we'll take them, as I said, ad seriatim. In the past, we've sometimes voted by bureau, but I think it's been more complex than necessary in past years to vote by bureau when people have questions about specific contracts. So yeah, we'll do each one. Ms. Smith, I'll just introduce each one, and if there are questions or if you have additional comments, we'll do that, and then we'll move to, if there are no questions on a contract, we'll move to a vote.
Perfect. So the first one we have is CSU Long Beach, the use of force de-escalation training for this year, proposing $651,538. Does anybody have any questions regarding that contract?
And again, questions, concerns, or if anyone, for any reason, generally every year, someone feels the need to abstain for a reason or two, and let us know at the beginning. Any concerns? Commissioner Gord?
Just a question. I see the curriculum workshop. So I'm assuming that is so that they can update the curriculum. Is that a yearly update to that use of force curriculum?
And yeah,
I'm sorry, I was speaking to Manny. Can you repeat that? My apologies.
So in the contract, it shows a curriculum workshop. Is that a yearly curriculum workshop in order to update the course? Is that what that is for?
Yes, Commissioner, that's what that's for.
And that's updated yearly?
It depends on, not all of our curriculum updates are yearly. This contract is being transferred to us this year. So the current program manager is managing the course this year. It's coming to us, and depending on what the curriculum update is, we may or may not do a different curriculum update. It's not required every year. It depends on any type of trends or updates that we have for the state.
Any more questions there, Commissioner Gordon? Are you mulling or?
Always mulling.
It looked like a mulling face. Okay. If there are no further questions, we'll take a motion on each individual contract here.
Commissioner Terry, a motion.
Second,
Cooper, second.
Ms. Essex, will you please call the roll?
Barcelona,
Yes.
Front,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Duggan,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Mudian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto. Yes. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Woolry,
Yes.
16 commissioners, yes.
And note that we also have a full roll call at this point. And originally, who was off the roll originally was Commissioner Cooper and I believe Commissioner Rodriguez. And Commissioner Woolry was wandering somewhere, but he was here. So we've got a full roll call. It was unanimous.
Yeah.
Home in the halls.
The next issue is the request to renew contracts for the supervisory course that Commissioner Nieto was talking about. For $1,644,142. Questions and comments. We can start with Commissioner Nieto, back to her initial question.
Yeah, I'm reading the report that came with it, and it looks like there was a reduction, but they removed one presentation out of the South Bay Regional, but there were increases other places. So why the removal of one course? Again, it's first line leaders. I know we have to cut back. I'm going to support the contract, just to let you know, but I just want to know why that's where we're going to take the cut.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Please.
and then I will go back to to Kenya and Tom to get the specifics on the one course. So apologies for our discussion. We're trying to figure out what all transpired. So the 1.9 million, 1,881,000 that was approved in FY 25-26 is the spending authority that the commission granted us. We signed contracts for the supervisory course of close to 1,644,000, and Kenya has the precise number. I think it's within a couple $1,000s. So we did not go up as high this year because we didn't have contracts that we needed to go up to 1.8. So that was the spending authority. That also is going to be spending authority. Sometimes we do have contracts that are lower. Now, in terms of why we're going to have one less presentation, I'm not sure, and I don't know if Kenya or Tom can address that. And if not, we can come back, Kenya and Tom. We could figure it out by the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Sheriff Nieto. The current spending for the current contract allocations for our bureau is $1,658,000. And the proposed for this year is $1,644,000. So the difference is roughly about 24,000. So it looks a little different from the first slide that you might have as far as the entire training contract. So it does look exponentially higher. So, but it's only a $24,000 difference in the supervisory course. And we did for the presentation course, or excuse me, for one of the presentations, we reduced that course for, looks like it, we have that here. We did reduce it. It was the reason we, let me see, there's a couple of lines, excuse me, for reducing the presentation. The focus this year was to focus on the updating our curriculum development. And so that's what our program manager decided to do in order to not necessarily increase the cost for our for this year for the supervisory course. So we did the curriculum development and removed one course for South Bay.
Generally speaking, if I may, we speak to each of the presenters to see how many courses they can put on. And we also have an estimate of how many sergeants and dispatch supervisors we're going to put through, which is generally, I believe, about 1,600 per year. So we do ask them how many do they think they can put on. I don't know if that was part of the discussion. We can get some very specific information prior to the end of this meeting as to why South Bay decided, or we decided to get one less. I think Kenya covered it, but if you'd like us to go back to the program manager, we can during this meeting.
And one thing I'd also like to add, as far as removing the course, we did have a dip in numbers as far as enrollment. And so this year we did require all of the presenters to submit a justification for over or under enrollment. And because we did see an increase in under enrollment, one of those, that was another factor into why we did reduce one course and transition that money into curriculum development.
Yeah, Director, if you could just show me maybe at the end. I'm going to support it. We can vote now. I'm not asking to hold up the vote. And I 100% support if they're not making the numbers, then to me, that's just wasting tax dollars.
If I may, I know you were going to hear an agenda item later for a voting item on reimbursements that are similar to delivering a course, but we get invoiced without a contract. And we're going to speak to the specific requirements that we're imposing on presenters under that criteria. But what we have done in the last year for all of our contracts, or the majority of our contracts, is we put a clause in the contract that we want 80% of the class full, and we want 80% of the class full with post-participating personnel. So you will hear later today where we have put on courses, and because we pay for the course, it's a set fee when there's very few people in the course, and we're paying the full amount. We've also had courses where our colleagues at CDCR or probation are also in the course, and we foot the bill for the entire course when maybe there's 4 post-participating personnel and 15 from other departments that get other funding streams. So we've required 80% within 30 days of the course being presented. And if they can't meet that 30% and still want to pursue it, they have a hotel contract, people are traveling, they can ask for an exception, which we'll grant. Obviously, people cancel at the last minute, and we don't want others to lose money, but we have forced them to have an 80% fill rate in our courses. And I think that goes to what Kenya's saying, that now that we're requiring the classes to be full, that may have caused, one less course.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nieto gives us a thumbs up on the explanation so far. So on the supervisory course, I've had concerns about this course and several others for the last year or so, and I've no sandbagging here. I've made them aware to the executive director, and that's all of it's regarding South Bay and their costing. I broke down the supervisory course just for my own edification in this proposed contract level. There's 16 agencies offering the course. The first tranche, I broke it into a group of agencies that are between 11,000 and 15,000 per presentation. The next 7 agencies were between 20,000 and 25,000. Then there was Riverside was at 30,000, so they're a bit of an outlier. But South Bay's at 55,000 per course. It's 300% more than the bottom tranche, 145% more than the second tranche. Is this disparity acceptable? I don't think in most budget worlds it's acceptable whatsoever. I think this also trails over to ICI and the management course and QAP to a lesser extent, because the supervisory course is probably the biggest outlier. Now, in our materials and talking to the staff, we hear about personnel costs are higher for South Bay, travel, indirect supplies and facilities. Well, the personnel costs are 56% higher with South Bay, 700% higher for travel. And I want to point out on travel, I realize it's the Bay Area and so forth, but we also hear, well, our costs are lower, say in San Francisco, because everyone's right there. So you really can't have it both ways. Indirect costs were 230% higher for South Bay. Supplies were 75% higher. Now, paper clips are paper clips. Facilities were almost 500% higher, and this is just for the supervisory course. So, I've raised this before. I'm not interested in blowing up or swimming in the weeds here of the contracts, but South Bay is an outlier. They're an outlier also with ICI and the management course and QAP. For example, when we get to QAP, I'm not sure why we don't do a new RFP. It's been, I don't know how many years that we've used South Bay. There've been a lot of issues with QAP. Maybe it's time to look at this. But as regards specifically the supervisory course, I've made my concerns known, and maybe Mr. Executive Director, you'd care to address it, but I'm not comfortable voting for it today. I'm not trying to vote no or blow it up, but I think going forward, contracts is an area where every department runs into problems. It's because you've done the same thing with the same group for 20 years or 15 years, or Uncle Fred's there, whatever it is, contracts where you get into trouble. And I would imagine my colleagues who are worked with these issues would have something to say about that. But Mr. Executive Director, I'll leave it at that for now with supervisory course.
Commissioner Nieto, real quick, since the chairperson opened this conversation. And I agree with them that maybe we look at an RFP again with that area, because I know I've talked to the other community colleges in the area, and South Bay is a very close system. And I've talked to like Hartnell College, for example, which could do it, could work with posts and do it a lot cheaper than the South Bay Consortium. And we've had those conversations through my office, how we could do some of these post classes. So I would support that, to take a look at it, because if the costs are high, you don't necessarily need to go to Monterey, because that's what drives the cost of a lot of their classes. Monterey County is a big county, and we have other parts that are a little less expensive. So.
Mr. Gordon.
I did have a question, because I think this does come up every year, but in looking a little further, how is then South Bay chosen to do the curriculum development? If their costs are the highest, why out of all these contractors are they chosen to do the curriculum development? Because I see that there's $61,000 for 2 sessions at South Bay for the curriculum development. So if their costs are the highest, why would we not try to, move that to a different presenter that could do that work? You have another presenter who's doing the train the trainer piece, but the curriculum development piece is being done by a different presenter. So I ask those questions because it really does matter as we tighten budgets. And for me as a chief, I don't want to see less supervisory courses. It is a challenge for us to send and where we send and trying to schedule and get them to, for us, there's nothing close to us in Santa Barbara. So we're sending north or south. That's a challenge for us to get our new supervisors through. And it is very, very important. So I just ask that to staff as we consider this. Why are we doing that with them knowing that their costs are the highest for the curriculum development?
Thank you, Chair Long. Tom Chalk, I'm the Bureau Chief for Training Program Services. Members of the Commission, good morning or good afternoon. Before I answer your question, Commissioner, I just want to, so everybody understands what we're talking about, and I brought this up in years past where South Bay in particular does continue to reflect the extreme high costs of living in the area which it serves. So we have Santa Clara, San Mateo, Marin, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Alameda County areas. And with South Bay, we're bringing the training and the instructors to the region. We're not fortunate enough to have meeting space for the type of areas that we're serving that we can not have to pay for hotel fees or ballroom fees or breakout rooms for that matter. So there's some higher costs associated with that. Second of all, we've done more than 3 compliance audits on South Bay's true costs. And when I say we, I say our program managers, our law enforcement consultants, and we cannot identify any way to cut any costs any further with South Bay. And as far as the curriculum development piece goes, that's utilizing South Bay for consistency. It's not a matter of cost. That's like having a workshop at post headquarters where we bring in subject matter experts to help us update curriculum, stay current with legislative mandates, that sort of thing. South Bay is just under that umbrella who we use for our curriculum development. So that in terms of a variance in cost of who we use, you won't see much of a difference between that particular piece. I just want to point that out. Again, we've been in partnership with South Bay since 1975. And to Chair Long's, just to your comment, sir, about the good old boy network and these partnerships that exist forever, that is by far not the case here. South Bay's costs are much more on paper. Again, it's because of the delivery method and the constituents that we serve. We're bringing the training to these folks, these law enforcement officers. If we don't, and what would happen is, if let's say we don't use South Bay, you're just going to have to send your people for your agency and have them stay in a hotel somewhere, travel down south, for example, as opposed to just having them drive to a training location. So we're going to pay for travel and training one way or the other, depending on the delivery method. Additionally, with South Bay, I don't believe it's in your packet, but what you're seeing is you're seeing the budgeted cost per presentation in your packet, but the actual costs that they're billing us for are far less. And I wish we don't have that, unfortunately, in your packet. I started looking at those numbers, and you're looking at differences between, for example, for the supervisory course, we receive a presentation budgeted cost of $49,406 in Monterey. The actual billing that South Bay billed us for was $9,000, less than that, $40,104. So the costs aren't 400% or 600% more. It's less than that. Unfortunately, we are showing you just the budgeted cost per presentation, not the actual.
But that would be true also of the comparisons that I used. those others would also be lower than using your,
In some cases, Chair, that's correct. Not all other presenters bill us the full 100%, but some do. So that is a good point, sir, to bring up. But with that being said, getting back on the curriculum development, using South Bay or whether we host it in San Diego, that the costs aren't, it's not a more expensive option for curriculum development. It's more consistency.
Hey, Mr.
the
Chair.
executive director would like to.
So don't have a good answer for Commissioner Gordon at this point. It may be that it's always been at South Bay, and that's why we're doing it at South Bay. The point is well taken. I know, obviously they do a majority of our supervisory courses, and that may be a reason why, but we can definitely check. I know at times we budgeted for 2 and only done 1 of those workshops. So I think I'll end with, I think, the way forward for us, but there are some good arguments to build in more efficient delivery of training, I think, at South Bay. So for instance, obviously they do not have a facility that they can conduct training at. So they have to do it at a hotel because they don't have rooms at the colleges, supposedly. So they get a hotel. Well, there are travel costs for the instructors. So if they have a course, I'll say in Monterey, are there instructors from that region, from Monterey, from San Jose, for somewhere that's within 50 miles that can serve as instructors at the course in Monterey because they've got a cadre of instructors? Or do they need to fly somebody up from San Diego, put them in a hotel for 2 weeks, and we end up paying for that? Are there instructors locally? If there are, instructors that need to be had and they have 5 of them when everybody else is using 3, can they do it with 3 as opposed to 5? I know historically South Bay, there's certain part of the curriculum where there's discussion amongst the groups. They have to break out into groups. South Bay has, when they get their contract with the hotel or when they book the hotel, they have the conference room, but the days that they have the breakout sessions, they also get breakout rooms, which adds to the cost. So all of these things add on to the delivery of the course. And are there ways that we can make that more efficient and more consistent with the rest of the state? They pay for role players. The departments usually have, because they're not a department, so they have to pay people to come in at times. That adds a cost to the course. And if there's 2 role players, but they're using 5, can they do it with 2? All of that plays into the overall cost. We've explained that to South Bay. I explained it to them this morning that we're going to address it yet again with them. There's a new interim president there. He was unaware of the issues, but he is now, and I presume they're watching. So I think the way forward for us is, you heard Bob Tripp come up and speak on the new CAB Bureau. So we've asked Bob and his bureau to go back and look at the last 2 years of invoices. Yes, we have been billed for those things and properly billed pursuant to the contract, but are there areas where we can reduce those costs? So he will be looking at that. We will not be ready for sure for June, but we hope to present that back to the commission, perhaps in September, if at all possible. But I think that's the way forward for us, to look at what they're doing. Why are paper clips more expensive at South Bay than somewhere else? Do they need 10 role players when everybody else uses 3? So I believe there are some efficiencies there. I don't believe South Bay is making money off this because the costs are going out to their individual instructors and role players and such that they're having to pay. But I think it's a worthy cause for us to take a deeper dive. And unfortunately, don't have an answer on the curriculum development, but we can get that.
Commissioner Terry.
Daryl.
I get the concerns, but I'm not hearing anything from staff of that there's really a glaring issue. here. It sounds like there's been audits done. Sound like Bob is gonna, and his bureau are gonna look into it further. It seems like a good idea. And maybe curriculum development can rotate in some shape or fashion. Maybe that's a good idea for the future. I really, as someone who actually attended a supervisory class just over a year ago, and then almost came up into the statutory deadline. The issue is actually the number and the availability of the courses. It was very difficult to get that scheduled out between other department things, et cetera. And that I think that's, to I think Commissioner Nieto's point, like there's definitely more of a need for additional courses. However, that can be facilitated. Doesn't seem to be like there's a big glaring problem. At least that's not what staff's saying, and seems to be on the up and up. And maybe, like I said, just a rotation. But I just don't. I think we're not really focused on the real problem. The real problem is the number of classes for the first line level supervisors.
Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, when we first, I'm glad we're doing an audit that's actually looking at the business practices, because it sounded like staff's very defensive of South Bay. It'd be really interesting when we come back to look at the zip codes, or not zip codes, the agencies who go to Monterey. It's not an easy place to get in and out of for training at all, particularly whether it's the attendees or the instructors. To fly into Monterey is expensive, or to drive from San Jose. Is to look to find out, because I looked at the hotel cost before the meeting. Rack rate in Monterey is fairly similar for the hotel they use, South Bay uses, very similar to what they're using in Folsom. So it's not the hotel costs. We keep saying it's expensive in Monterey, but it's expensive everywhere. But look at who are the attendees. Is that the best place, Monterey, the best place to actually train with the volume with which they train? I appreciate the sheriff needs some of it there, but not all of it there. And I can tell you from an agency that had staff members wait till they hit the last minute, like Commissioner Terrio said, before they hit the benchmark, oh, the only classes available now is in Monterey, because they wanted to go to Monterey instead of going to the class in Sacramento. So I would look at the audit as they do a lot of training in Monterey. Is that the best place to actually train? Is it the most economical place to fly in their instructors or get their instructors there versus a hub, San Diego, Sacramento, somewhere where it's just easier for that whole model of transition? Because we didn't pull up, the staff did a great job, by the way, on the attachments. I pulled them up, looked at them. We didn't show those there, but the costs they're huge. They're way out of whack. So we got to figure out why. And they may just have a better, I mentioned before we talked about South Bay, they may just have a better program that everybody else should come up to that. But we still need to look for the efficiencies and is it the right place? The curriculum and stuff in Monterey, is that the right place? Or are there more efficient places to do it that attract more people, or we can get more people too, just for logistics? By the way, I love going to Monterey training. It's great. It's a great place. But is it the most efficient to get there to and from?
Any other questions, comments?
Um,
Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto, yeah, I guess I missed the good old boy comment because I didn't hear that, Chairman. But and I like South Bay, right? This is my area. I deal with South Bay. But I agree that we need to look at take a hard look at numbers, the cost. It's especially again because I come from that area. My conversations with Hartnell College, who's not part of the South Bay Regional, who can do this at half the cost. So they say, maybe it's not true. So I do think we need to look at it, because since 1975 doesn't make it the right way. Maybe they're stuck in 1975. I mean, with my own experience, we have a saying since 1850, because the way things are. So that may not always be the right way to do it. Again, I love South Bay. I love Hartnell. I love all my partners in the educational realm. But the dollars are harder. We're all cutting back. We're all tightening our belts. And so can we do it smarter? And we have to have these conversations with our partners, because it's not the same.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Executive Director.
In regards to Commissioner Brazil's comments, we will look at the training reimbursement requests. That's a good point. We did look a couple of years ago to make sure that we don't have people that work and live in San Jose traveling to Monterey, and then we have Monterey folks traveling to Milpitas to take the course, because obviously we incur those costs. And that is also something that perhaps we can project to South Bay. Hey, San Jose, I'm hypothetically speaking, San Jose officer, yeah, you're signing up for a Monterey course. We have a course in Milpitas in a month. We're not going to accept you because there's added costs to post in that regard. So we can have those discussions. I think that is a righteous argument. And again, I completely am in agreement that there should be some significant efficiencies that we can make. I think in conversation with South Bay, they're committed to working with us to try to reduce those costs. So we will come back to you, give you that assurance, and we'll do our best.
One thing I want to be clear, just in my request, is we do the audit. If something, because we got a lot of experienced staff that's going to look at it from the outside, if they identify that South Bay is really doing a phenomenal job with their extra instructors or extra role players, and that should be the model, then I think it needs to come back and say that should be the model.
Right.
Because we have a cost issue, we also have to make sure we've got the quality issue as well. So I don't want to throw South Bay under the bus, but they might have a really good model. We just have to figure out how do we step up everybody else, and it may cost more money in that regard. So,
Any other comments or questions? I would summarize my concerns by simply saying, for one thing, I want to make clear, I don't for a minute allege or suspect malfeasance or anything like that whatsoever. I do think it's emblematic of an area in the post budget that needs some additional oversight and some auditing. The disparities are unbelievable and very difficult to kind of get our heads around. And simply asserting that things are more costly isn't really probably sufficient. We need some better information, I think, going forward. But on that note, as I said, I'm not I'll abstain for now. But is there a motion?
Doring will move approval.
Is there a second?
Terrio, second.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun. Yeah. Bill.
Yeah.
Cooper.
Yes.
Frank.
Yes.
yes.
Bill.
Yes.
Gordon. Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Abstain.
Mudian.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Lori.
Yes.
Motion passes 15 yes.
Yes, thank you. We move now to the request to authorize spending authority for the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute for up to $651,000. Ms. Smith is here to answer questions. Any questions or comments about SLI? Any concerns or questions? Seeing none would indicate a motion may be in order.
Nieto? I'll second then.
Motions, second from Nieto. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona. Braun. Yes. I'm sorry, did Barcelona?
He's not here.
I'm sorry. Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Dagging.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Mudian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Woolery. Motion passes 15 yes.
On the roll is the next is the request to renew funding for the Presley Institute for Criminal Investigation for $5.4 million. I won't belabor the differences here with South Bay again. I will note that they were roughly $20,000 higher per course than the other large government training agency and NorCal Regional. They were about 20 grand over them. They were also over the smaller presentation. LA Sheriff's Department, DOJ, and LAPD were all about 20 grand less. So I won't belabor it. My concerns remain the same. The disparities aren't as large, but they're still there. Any questions or comments about ICI? Seeing none, a motion?
Terrio, motion.
And a second?
Brazil.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona. Braun. Yes. Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Bill.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Stay.
Mudian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Lowry. Motion passes 14 yes.
Next item, next contract item is a request to renew the contract with South Bay for the quality assessment program for $698,000. Questions or comments? This, I will comment then. This is another South Bay issue for me, and as has QAP's been a concern for some time. My main concern here is that how long we've been doing business with just South Bay, and whether it's, at what point it's worth looking at a new RFP, or looking at, is anyone else capable of doing this business? Can someone do it better? Can someone do it cheaper? Cheaper is not always better. Is it time that we take a look at this? It occurs to me that with the new bureau, the CAB bureau, that maybe this, which under which QAP will fall, this may be a good time to take a look at a new RFP. I guess I would ask, before we move on to a vote, Mr. Executive Director, if you're comfortable with how you feel about QAP in terms of a potential, at least looking at a new, say, RFP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not opposed. We could definitely ask. I don't think that is as difficult as bringing on a new presenter for a supervisory course of the management course. QAP, I think, in terms of management of the contract is easier. We could definitely make inquiries of some of the other colleges or some of the other departments if they're willing to manage the course or deliver the training. We could definitely ask.
Do we know how long have we contracted with South Bay for QAP? About?
Well, I could tell you my time at Post has always been with South Bay. I don't know how long, but I presume it's been a significant amount of time. The contract when I first started at Post 2016 was $1 million. We cut it back because of budget cuts over the course of the next 2 years to 40,000. And now obviously we brought it back up to $698,000. It is an expensive proposition simply because individuals have to attend the course, sit in the class, and write a report after the course is delivered. Sometimes there's travel, so it is an expensive proposition. But I believe QAP has sat or been contracted with South Bay for at least 9 years.
And as a matter of practice on a policy level, I just believe personally that it's a good thing to review contracts, certainly every decade, when there's basically sole source contracts. So I would just simply ask that Post take a look at considering the notion of how long we go with basically a sole source contract, which does not often or always lead to the best results. Having said that, any questions or comments about the QAP?
Jeff,
Commissioner Brazil.
So South Bay's going in the classroom. I kind of understand what they're doing, sitting writing a report to us. Back to kind of what the chairs mentioned, would we be better having a collective of the different providers doing that, 2 or 3? So, because who's evaluating South Bay? And then, just a different perspective instead of having one provider do it. In the process, I think it's too big of a lift to bring in-house to do that and contract with individuals, but maybe just a different way of looking at it, because things had definitely changed since you took over executive director on how we look at things and review things. So is this something that we need to approve a contract now, or is this something we can come back and look at a different model? I guess is a better question. Back to you.
So they are, I want to say independent evaluators, but they're evaluators that are hired by South Bay to conduct those evaluations. I presume, should the contract move over to another presenter, I presume the evaluators will go to that other college, to conduct the QAP assessments. And I'm sorry, I missed the question. Commissioner Brazil, just thinking through my thoughts here. Could you repeat it for me? I apologize.
Yeah, is now the time to actually reassess how we evaluate courses with a provider? do we need to vote on this to get it moving, or is there an opportunity for us to have conversation about how we do maybe just a different way of evaluating our courses, a different process, so to speak? And I have, in the courses I've taught, I've had folks from the sitting and evaluating. No issues with the evaluators. It's just the process and how we're looking at things.
Sure. I mean, we could definitely come back in June and not approve it now. Obviously, we still have funding in FY 25, 26 to continue with QAP. Should you approve it in June, I think we'll be fine. We won't miss a beat, and we can come back with some proposals on some modifications of how we do QAP. There are definitely some different ways of doing QAP. Is has been a discussion at prior commission meetings. The QAP model was built to be a mentoring model for instructors, and we've kind of shifted somewhat to make it a model based on regulatory requirements, whether the training's being delivered properly as opposed to mentoring the instructor. I mean, I think there's also some mechanisms there to have them address the budget a little bit more than most of them have done. So there are different ways to do it. I think not opposed personally to holding off on QAP and bringing it back in June if that's what you would like, and with some recommendations on how we can change the program or improve the program or make it more efficient.
Is there, so I don't want to put more work on staff. So with any of these budgets, any of these contracts, let's say we approve the QAP today, can we come back, let's say staff comes back and we start learning from our new division that, hey, there might be a better way to do it, of going back in, let's say, September and say, we're going to modify the contract on the QAP and we're going to do something different with it. Is there anything that prohibits us from coming back later and redoing it?
Nothing.
Okay.
That I'm aware of. No, we can just void the previous contract. I think there's a time frame and create a new contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I would not recommend we stall it. This is personally, we keep it going, and then maybe as we develop it, maybe we target next year. That gives the new section, new bureau time to figure out what we're doing, what the evaluations are, those type of things. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Commissioner Gordon.
I actually think we may want to take a pause before we vote on it today, because now that I look at this further, the fact that they're also doing IDI and as well as the quality piece, and that really should be two separate entities, or really looking at that process for the quality assurance side of it. It's kind of hard no matter what. I'm not here to disparage them in any way, shape, or form, but just from a policy procedure standpoint of, you're doing the IDI, but you're also evaluating. And you're also the one that is coming up with the instructor curriculum, but where's the independence of that? So that we can ensure that feedback actually gets built into how we're training our instructors. I just bring that up because I don't think it's best practice for them to both be within the same agency. And so I think it's something that we should really look at. And maybe in the end, this is the best model and this is what staff recommends. But, outside of that, I think we really should take a hard look at that and how we're actually doing that quality assessment, because it has come up multiple times about the quality assurance side of things. So.
Commissioner Gordon, your point is very well taken. So IDI, for instance, we did break that up. That used to be exclusively delivered under a contract with the government training agency, formerly San Diego Regional. They changed their name, and we split it up and presented half of it at GTA and half of it at South Bay. But your point is well taken. They just did a QAP on a supervisory course delivered by South Bay. I just saw it. It's a great report. They did a great job. Is it independent, completely independent? Perhaps not. They are, as I mentioned earlier, they are independent evaluators. I don't know if South Bay even sees the QAP reports. I know I get them. But the point is well taken. Perhaps it can be split up and give half of it to somebody else and not evaluate their own courses would be a good idea, perhaps. Thank you for that.
Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto, please.
Yeah, I just have a question that maybe can come from the director towards South Bay. So I'm hearing, I didn't know it was since 1975, but what I can tell you about the region in Monterey County is that it's changed dramatically since 1975, like most of our areas in Northern California. And so how do they bring colleges into it, right? To be part of the South Bay consortium. And again, I'm going to go back to Hartnell because I work with both MPC, Hartnell, South Bay. And I know that college has grown a lot. They have a huge new campus, and they've said, we'll have these things. But again, South Bay kind of controls what happens in the region. And again, this is not a hit on South Bay. They train our people. So I'm very grateful that they're there. But the area has changed. So how does that work?
Okay. Unclear, and we could ask them to come and speak. I don't know how they absorb or incorporate colleges under the South Bay Consortium. At one point, I believe they had 9 community colleges, all the way from Monterey Peninsula, I believe, all the way up to Lake Tahoe Community College and colleges up in San Mateo. How they align, I don't think we could speak to that, but we could definitely ask them. They are a very big provider in terms of the delivery of training. Just on academies alone, they run an academy at Gavilan, they run an academy at Evergreen, and they run an academy at Monterey Community College. So they are one of our biggest presenters, and perhaps it should be broken up. I don't want to speak to it today, but if you allow us to come back, we will do so. And we can ask them what colleges are part of their network and how do they get into that network.
Additional comments or questions?
Chair Long, Tom Chalk, may I just make a comment?
Yeah, just a moment, Mr. Chalk. See if anyone, and I wanted to make one comment, and then absolutely. I would like to just respond to Commissioner Gordon. I would prefer to come back. I guess it would be in June. I think it's with the new Compliance Audit and Accountability Bureau, it's an excellent time for them to take a look at this with all the different concerns. I too don't allege in any way malfeasance or anything, but not looking at a new RFP or something alone in the last decade or 15 years, it seems it's way past over time. And then the interaction with IDI and so forth. It seems that Mr. Tripp, this would be a great thing for you to kind of cut your teeth on. That would be my preference anyway. Mr. Chalk.
I was just going to say, Chair, that Mr. Tripp came over and said he's going to investigate everything from FBI style. We're going to be fine. No, well, that's probably true too. But I do want to just add that South Bay does not receive QAP results. That is reserved for the program manager, myself, the director, and so that just want to make sure that you had that clarification.
Commissioner Doran.
Commissioner Doran.
To Commissioner Brazil's point and the executive director's response, if this were to be approved today, there's nothing to prevent the audit or investigation into it and see if we can come up with better programs or a better style to prevent that from moving forward, but would still allow the QAP in the meantime. My concern is that if this is put off until June, is there going to be a lack of the QAP program in that interim?
I don't think there will be a lag between now and June 30th because we have a contract in place and we have funding that's still available. What would lag if we don't move quickly in June? There would be a lag starting July 1 because there would be a contract in place to move forward until we get one in place. The commission, should you approve something in June, obviously, then we would build a contract and get all the signatures. So there would be a little bit of a lag for sure. But at least between now and June, we'd be fine, the end of June. But there could be a lag, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on the executive director for a second. I'm assuming, so let's say we do suspend funding now. We come back in June, we decide we need to go out with a new RFP. We've got that whole RFP process to go through. Then we've got nothing between now and then. So it's not as simple as, correct me if I'm wrong, as simple as saying, okay, let's get a contract. We're going to have to go back out
Correct.
and go through those normal timelines.
Correct.
And then come back with a recommendation by staff, the next commission meeting. And then the contract letting after that. So I'm guessing 6 months out, December, maybe?
I would comment only that, having done this numerous times through various budget hearings, if the will of the commission was to do this, you're probably best granting a 6-month contract and making sure there's no lag time at all.
If I may. Speaking for the contract side of the house, any contracts that you are all approving now it has nothing to do with the current budget. It'll be as for July 1. And if we come back in June, we most likely will, any contract that's not approved will not be effective July 1. And if it comes back in June and you approve it in June, we still would have to go through the administrative process of getting it approved through Department of General Services. So any contract, whether it's ICI or any of the contracts, all of those programs will not, any of the training will be suspended until a contract is in place. And so even if we go through an RFP, depending on the type, can go anywhere from 3 to 6 months, as you mentioned. And that's just one part of the process. And so for us, our hope would be, even if the things, and we are taking notes of that, our staff are taking notes of all of your concerns. And even if it's something that you approve today and you decide in June you didn't like it, or we didn't come back with the information that you wanted and you wanted to suspend it, it would be in best interest as far as training to suspend it then, or just say we don't want this, and then we can stop the contract itself. We can stop a contract at any time. So it's better to put the contract forward, and then if you don't agree with what we like, we can stop the contract and we can end it. But it's a lot more work. It's not work for us. We don't mind doing the work. It's just as far as the state process. If we don't approve our contracts, training stops a minimum of 6 months until we get everything in order, until we come back to you possibly in maybe December for approval again. Thank you.
Comments or questions? Mr. Executive Director. are you-
It seems like, Mr. Chair, that a 6-month contract may be kind of the middle ground to, get us to take a deep dive and look at South Bay, to kind of do their own deep dive and come back, hopefully in September with some proposals, some recommendations. The contract will still be in place. And then we can get a new contract to go from December to June with either South Bay or with another presenter. That to me seems reasonable. It's really what you all would like us to do.
I think if that's the safest way to protect against a lag, of course. Commissioner Gordon.
I actually, based on your explanation from the contract side, I'd be comfortable putting it out for approving it for the 1 year so that we don't get caught where we don't have it. As long as we get the assurances that this will come back as an item, so that there is ample time if it is an RFP or whatever the changes are. But to your point, now that you've explained the process, that was very helpful. Thank you. That I, like the others, don't want to see a lag in it. I don't want to see we don't have it at all. So even if it's not what we envisioned for the future, it's also important not to allow it to lag. So I'll actually make a motion to approve staff recommendations as they are.
Commissioner Doring seconds.
Commissioner Nieto, your light's on. Did you have a comment or? Oh, you breathed into it. We have a motion and a second.
Heavy breather, is that what you're calling it, Chair?
As an abstention, again, I simply explained that I'm comfortable with this as well, but I'm going to stay off. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Braun.
Yes.
Brazil. Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule. Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Abstain.
Mudian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Woolery.
Yes.
Motion passes 15 yes.
Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your explanation. Mr. Chalk.
Chair Long, I think you've missed IDI.
Over IDI? Oh, I crossed it off. You're right. Thank you. The request to renew funding for the IDI Pro Institute for 650,000, 623,000. Is there are there concerns? Are there questions about IDI? If not, is there a motion?
Commissioner Gordon?
In a second.
Brazil.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Solana.
Yes.
Ron. Yes.
Brazil.
Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Wilry. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith one, for catching me on that. The next is the request to renew the contracts for the post-management course. Any comments, Ms. Smith? Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Again, this is a South Bay. It's not nearly to the extent of the disparities that we have with this advisory course. They're actually somewhat moderate increases, which actually led me to think, well, wait, how come they can do that on this course, but they can't do it on the other courses? So at any rate, if there are no questions or comments, is there a motion?
Motion none.
A second.
Gordon.
Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Barcelona.
Yes.
Braun.
Yes.
Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Wilry. Motion passes unanimously.
And for the record, since I don't think I stated the amount, it's up to $1,865,933. The next item is a request to renew the contract for the post-command college for $553,531. Comments or questions about the command college? Anything, Ms. Smith? If not, is there a motion?
Mr. Cooper.
Second,
Braun.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Braun.
Yes.
Brazil. Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule. Gordon. Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Wilry.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Barrel towards lunch. The next contract is a request to renew the contract with California State University Long Beach for the executive development course, $373,929. Anything from Ms. Smith? Any questions or comments from the commission? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion in a second.
Gordon.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Solana.
Yes.
Braun. Brazil. Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Wilry.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
3J is a request to renew the contract for the Museum of Tolerance for $1,556,000. Any comments or clarifications from Ms. Smith? Any concerns or questions from commissioners? Museum of Tolerance? See no questions or concern. A motion in a second or in order?
Motion Braun.
Second, Johnson.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Braun.
Yes.
Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon. Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio. Wilry. Motion passes unanimously.
Next item is a request to renew the contract for EVOC, the Basic Academy Emergency Vehicle Operation Course, for up to $4,822,500. Any comments from Ms. Smith? Comments or concerns or questions from commissioners? If not, motion?
Brazil.
Is there a second?
Ron.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Ron.
Yeah.
Bill.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule. Gordon. Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez. Terrio.
Yes.
Wollery.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Contract is a request to renew the audit contract with the State Controller's Office for $250,000. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Repeat that. Terry.
Always in order. Did we have a second? Okay. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona.
Yes.
Braun. Brazil. Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon. Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Wollery.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Final contract is a request to approve $2 million for ongoing Mark 43 maintenance. Comments or questions?
Commissioner Nieto. I'm just curious how Mark 43 is working out, because this is a newer contract for Post.
Stelmano.
I figured we were gonna have some questions. Thanks, Sheriff.
Got you before lunch.
A couple things. So we recognize that there's some gaps in the case management system, primarily with the reporting of cases in terms of identifying timelines and different stages. We've been working with our current vendor as much as possible. There's only so much their system can do. I would like to state for the record, there is not an ideal system out there for us because this is a little different than just IA cases. This is administrative adjudication, but we will be entertaining an RFP. We'll probably go out to bid sometime next year, I imagine, to look for a different case management system. The Mark 43 engineers are very honest about what they can and can't do for us, so I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Ms. Del Mayo. Is there additional question, comment? Is there a motion?
Just a real quick comment. I'm glad to hear that we're gonna go out to RFP because I think there probably are systems that are set up probably outside of what we would see in our traditional law enforcement to handle this, because this system is very cumbersome on both sides. So with that comment, just appreciation to the recognition of staff for that, and I'll make a motion.
Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Barcelona.
Yes.
Braun. Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule. Gordon. Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moodian.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio. Wollery.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Before we take our lunch break, I believe the executive director has a few comments.
One question and one comment. The question, I pose it every March just to confirm in terms of the spending authority amounts, as long as we stay within that maximum amount that you approved, you are still allowing us to move money between presenters. I just want to confirm that that is okay. It generally happens with EVOC where one presenter has more students, one has less, and we want to move money around from one academy to another. I just want to confirm that we could still do that as long as we stay within the maximum threshold that you approved.
Are you asking for a motion?
I want to make sure that we're okay in that regard.
for head nods.
Okay, perfect. And then the last thing to address Commissioner Nieto and Commissioner Gordon's questions about Mark 43. We are looking to try to get a holistic software application that will take over everything that we do at Post, not just the transmission of misconduct data. We have a lot of correspondence, a lot of communications inside of Post that we're in in multiple platforms. I know Tom Osborne and Kim Lyons have met with every bureau to see what documentation's created, how it's transmitted, and we're hoping to get an RFP out that will take over essentially for Mark 43 as well as some of our other platforms. We're hoping to do that sometime in the spring if we possibly can. So we have been addressing that for the last 6 months. We do want to get one system for everything that we do that we can manage and control a little bit more than a closed system like Mark 43. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. If there are no more questions at the moment, we'll break for lunch. How long you want to go?
If you pre-ordered lunch, it'll be in our breakout room, which is out this door. It's the hallway to the right where it says closed session. Your lunch is in that room.
So we'll be back at 1:30. We stand adjourned till 1:30. Thank you. and gone. Wait just a moment here. Our next item, agenda item is 4A, proposed changes to Commission Reg 1015, training reimbursement. Admin Services Bureau Chief Cheryl Smith is back with us, and Supervisor Jennifer Hardesty will report.
Afternoon. So I'm going to talk about attachment A on the agenda with regulation 1015. So we're proposing to update the current subsistence reimbursement rates. These rates have not been updated since 2006. The proposed changes will update the subsistence rates to closely match with the rates set forth by the U.S. General Service Administration and the Department of Human Resources. Each rate is calculated by the appropriate county or city lodging reimbursement rate per night to include the $68 for meals and incidentals. This increase will cost approximately additional $2 million a year. We anticipate our existing budget can absorb this increase. Does anybody have questions in regards to the subsistence amount for the training reimbursements?
Commissioner Cooper.
Just a quick question. So it hasn't been updated in 20 years.
Correct.
Going forward, how do we fix that or reconcile that so we don't get so far behind the curve?
So we were in the process of changing this earlier, but because of budget, so depending on what our budget looks like and how we can absorb this into our current, I think annually as the GSA rates change, we can put forward to update it annually, depending on what our budget numbers are.
Mr. Executive Director has a question or a comment?
Yes, to echo what Sheriff Cooper, Commissioner Cooper brought up. We did bring it before the commission, I believe, 2 to 3 years ago, and the commission approved the increased rates. But as Cheryl pointed out, due to budget issues within the state and some issues with OAL, we pulled it back. We didn't think it was going to fly with the state with the budget issues, so now we're trying to do it again.
So this is something we've asked for BCPs every year and been turned down on it.
No, we have not asked for BCP for this increase.
Okay.
And you know, the argument, if I may, on our side is we have local assistance money that we've been returning. We haven't been able to get it out as quickly as we would, not as quickly as we haven't been able to reimburse at the rates that we should be because of the regulation. The money is there. We're not asking for more money. We're just asking to be able to push out the money properly and reduce, the money that we end up at the end of the year having. So this won't necessarily mean the money gets pushed out faster. It won't mean that we have to go back and ask for authority to get more money. We have the money. We just want to be able to push it out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? Sheriff Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto, to expand on Commissioner Cooper's question, can we tie it to the GSA? Is there any way, like down the road, maybe just to tie it, that would automatically increase the rates as rates go up?
I reached out to the Office of Administrative Law I wanted it to be a link and make it so much easier for all of us if it would just link to the GSA rates. OAL said that those people will have to fall under, so the people that we reimburse by that is peace officers, right, going to training, and they would have to follow under like the state rules, be like state employees, and since or they're not going to allow it. So OAL would not allow us to put in the change to link it to the GSA rates.
But I'm sorry, I have a question. So these are for attendees or for the presenters and instructors?
So it's for the attendees, the training, people attending the training.
Further question or comment? Is there a motion?
Motion, Cooper.
Nieto, second.
I have one more question.
Commissioner Woolry has a question. We've got a motion and a second. Commissioner Woolry has a question.
Don't have any bearing on that motions.
So the instructor, like the post instructors and, post employees,
GSA rates? Yes.
We have a motion and a second. Let me just ask if there's any objection to unanimous consent. Seeing no objection to unanimous consent, the motion as proposed passes. We move now to 5A, proposed amendments to Commission Reg 1006. Oh, I missed one.
I'm sorry, there were two parts to this item. No, that's.
Go ahead, Sean.
Jennifer's
Thank
going
you.
to talk about the attachment B on the agenda item. The second part's to propose changes to regulation 1015.
Good afternoon. As Executive Director Alvarez stated earlier, this is the item where we're discussing reimbursement for presenters who fall under certification plans 5, 6, and 7. These plans were created to allow posts to reimburse presenters for the actual presentation costs after completion of a course, which allows an agency to send attendees to the course without paying tuition. When certifying courses under these plans, the presenters must enter a budget into EDI, which is the basis for reimbursement. The cost for instructors, coordinators, clerical staff, travel, and indirect costs do not change based on the number of students in attendance, yet they play the most significant role in the overall cost of the course. The cost for instructional materials, office supplies, and other miscellaneous items play a less substantive role in the overall cost, yet are the only cost affected by the number of attendees. Currently, Commission Regulation 1015 does not require a specific number of course attendees be with post-participating agencies, nor does it prohibit attendance by individuals who are not eligible for post-reimbursement. Additionally, the regulation does not require the presenter to charge tuition to attendees who are not eligible for reimbursement, which means post covers the full cost of the course in most cases. When processing reimbursement requests, staff have identified times a significant number of attendees are not eligible for post reimbursement, sometimes by more than half. And because the number of attendees does not affect those higher cost items in that case, this results in the cost per student who is eligible for reimbursement to be much higher. For example, in one course, the cost per student based on the maximum enrollment is $579.56. There were a total of 22 students who attended the course, 12 of whom were ineligible for reimbursement, and no tuition was collected per the reimbursement request, which made the cost per student who is eligible for reimbursement $1,331.60. In another course, the cost per student based on the maximum enrollment is $298.74. A total of 9 students attended the course, 5 of whom were ineligible for reimbursement, and again, no tuition was collected per the reimbursement request, which made the cost per student who was eligible for reimbursement $610.76. The proposed change will require a minimum of 80% of the maximum enrollment of the course be comprised of attendees from post-participating agencies, and will also require the presenter deduct the cost of attendance for individuals who are ineligible for reimbursement from the total course cost when submitting for reimbursement. The proposed change ensures post-participating agencies have priority for course attendance and ensures the course costs are shared by both post and those who are ineligible for reimbursement. These changes are also consistent with requirements for reimbursement we've included in contracts, again, as Executive Director Alvarez stated. In the event circumstances outside of the presenter's control cause enrollment to fall below the 80% threshold, the proposed change also outlines a process that allows the presenter to submit a written request for approval to still present the course with sufficient justification. This concludes my presentation, and at this time, I will take any questions.
Executive, let's go with Commissioner Nieto.
I do have a question. Unless the course is getting audited, how do we, if it's not a post student, you make your 80%, and then you add more students and you charge them, right? And then it's supposed to be taken out of the cost of the course. Is it just on an honor system? How do we verify that they're not stacking it to make that extra money?
So when they submit their presenter reimbursement request form to us, it must include the roster. So they have to enter the post roster, and then we evaluate that roster. So we do it currently, and that's where we adjust costs for those lower, costly items in terms of reproduction and handouts and things like that. We can adjust those costs currently. But right now we do audit the roster to see how many were post participating, how many were not. And then we have them make adjustments currently accordingly. But this would then allow us, if they didn't deduct when they submit that to us, we could then calculate what that would be and send back a disapproval of the invoice, and then they have to resubmit that reimbursement request with the corrected amount. And I can give an example. On a contract that we had so we've added this language into contracts currently. I just recently processed an invoice for a contract that includes this language, and they had 7 attendees that were ineligible for reimbursement. So the invoice would have originally been roughly $13,000, but because they had to deduct for those individuals, Post paid roughly $5,000 for that invoice instead. So it saved Post $8,000 roughly on that invoice by having that language in the contract.
Commissioner Nieto, I have another question. It's not a change in the thing, and it's something I just learned. So if you travel over 150 miles, you don't get mileage reimbursement because it says it's to incentivize you to send locally. So can somebody just explain how that works? It's in section F,
So there,
CF.
if I may, Mr. Chair. and
Yes,
Jennifer,
Executive
please.
Director Alvarez.
There are regional plans. I believe it's a plan 6 and 7 that is built for regional training for any individual that is within 150 miles, that we will provide full reimbursement. But anybody coming out from a different department that is not regionally located, then they would not be covered under those regional plans. And if I may, continue, Mr. Chair. So that 80% rule is obviously built to maximize the number of students in the course, and there are exceptions. I mentioned earlier, obviously, things happen at departments, cases happen, so we grant exceptions all the time to the 80% rule, but the important thing is we address other non-reimbursable entities. We are all for regional training with probation, with CDCR, we're all for it. And we will grant exceptions if a presenter says, hey, we've got 100% of the class full, but it's only 30% post and 70% probation. That's great. We'll do it. If they're going to foot the bill for their portion, we will foot the bill for our portion, since they have their own separate funding streams to reimburse for training. So we are all for the regional training model, especially, places like Monterey County. I presume you train, as you should, with some of your local partners. So we're all for that. That 80% rule is very discretionary on our terms in terms of granting exceptions, and we always will for regional training.
Chair? If I may. One suggested language change, we say full-time sworn personnel. Don't we send dispatchers or post reimbursed, correct?
Yes.
So I would just change the language that post reimbursed eligible, something like that, so we don't exclude those. And for maybe those in the audience or newer members, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are post agencies that do not get reimbursement because they're state agencies. So it's not just probation or CDCR, you've got CHP, Fish and Wildlife, every state agent, nobody's eligible for it. So when we talk about non-post, we just need to keep in mind it's not just the probation, CDCR side, they're actually people that are out in the street that are there. And then thanks, Manny, for answering the question on how often do we give the waivers, because I could see where somebody's got 75% capacity, but I can put in Fish and Wildlife and put in a couple other agencies to hit my target, and they just have to collect from them directly. So thank you for that clarification.
And I would imagine that the 80%, we would calculate Fish and Wildlife, CHP, even though they're not reimbursable in that equation. One more question, Mr. Chair, in terms of what Commissioner Brazil mentioned, do we need to get the precise language for OAL as to what you want it to read like, so that there's no question when it hits the Office of Administrative Law?
Yes, let's do that. Commissioner Brazil, you're close.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Because we don't want, because that 80%, if I'm correct, we don't want to say reimbursable. We want to say
participating,
post-participating agencies.
You're whispering?
Full-time personnel from post-participating agencies or.
That's why I was whispering.
And can I so when we say reimbursable, there, Commission Regulation 1014 is an allowance for reimbursement for non-sworn personnel as well. And that includes dispatchers, it includes administrative staff. There's a whole list of positions that are in Commission Regulation 1014. So to say that they are eligible for reimbursement, I still think it has the potential to fit.
So if we just put out shall be met, just cut out with, take sworn personnel out, would that work? Shall be met with full-time personnel, just take out sworn, full-time personnel from California post-participating agencies. Would that meet, that way we can include
Absolutely
those who are not sworn?
Everyone clear? Let me ask Chief Salazar if the advisory committee weighed in on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the advisory committee did weigh on this. Generally, it had a great deal of support from the advisory committee. There were a couple of questions, particularly from private presenters with regards to expressing the challenges that some private presenters face meeting the 80% enrollment requirement, but staff did explain the exception process. And then there was also one concern that was raised for courses that are being presented in coordination with the college, that some of the colleges are creating guidelines about required number of minimum students to be in a post course that are typically higher than what the post requirement is. And so that presents some challenges for some of those courses as well, and whether or not post was working with that. So those were the concerns, but generally this had support from the advisory committee.
All right, what I'd like to do without objection is rescind the prior vote, since we had a two-parter here and I ran over the second part. So without objection, we'll rescind the prior vote. And the motion here would be to approve the changes in the staff report plus the amendment. Commissioner, could you state the amendment again for purpose of the record?
We would strike in the fourth sentence the word sworn. So the sentence would read, third sentence, the minimum enrollment requirement shall be met with full-time personnel from California post-participating law enforcement agencies who are eligible for reimbursement.
The removal of the word sworn. All right. So the motion is before the commission. Is there a motion?
Move Brazil.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Essex, could you call the roll, please?
Barcelona.
Yes.
Braun.
Yes.
Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Duggan.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moody. Sorry. Moody. Sorry.
Yes.
Moon. Moon.
Moody in.
Sorry. Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Woolery.
Yes.
Motion carry or passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Essex. Thank you. Item 5A is proposed amendments to Commission Reg 1006, which is a clarification to the recently adopted extension of the time limit for course completion. The commission approved this optional extension extension last June. Law enforcement consultant Brad Newmeyer will report. Welcome, Mr. Newmeyer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. As the commission chair said, we came out last June. We're just trying to go short and add 2 words to the extension to time limit for course completion. As a review, typically it happens in a course that's due in course of employment, like a probation officer sends, a probation department will send one of their employees to the 832 arrest course, due in course as a required training. If they miss the last day per se, they don't get credit for the course because they weren't present for all the learning topics, potential exercise tests, written tests, or whatever. So they get a no credit on the course. The employing agency is contacted and said, do you want to have them repeat the course in total, or would you like an extension? And when the course is put on the next time, take that last day, finish the course, and then get full credit for the course. The reading of our regulation, it only allowed a department to make that request. And we saw that as a hole in the department because the presenter is better suited to make that request, because sometimes departments are presenters, but not always. And it left a gap for unaffiliated students that are going to a college course. With all college students who are not affiliated, a college isn't a department in our definition, which is a post-participatory agency, so they're unable to make that request. So we added or presenter to clarify that and allow the presenters who are uniquely positioned to make that request to make the request of post and facilitate those extensions. You approved it. I sent it to OAL and was contacted by them, and they had an issue with a potential rogue presenter making a request of an employed party's status of making the request without the agency's approval. I told them that's really not going to happen because you have to contact the employer to say, hey, your person didn't pass the test that you need them to pass. You want them to get an extension or retake the course. And they can either terminate them or reschedule them for the short term, the 8-hour remake, or another 40-hour course, but the course needs to be taken. And they're forced by due in course of what they do to contact the employing agency as the status of what they want done with that employee. They said, but there's nothing written in the law that prohibits them from doing that, from making a request of an employed student without the employer's permission. They said, yes. I go, okay. He goes, well, if you're open to adding a sentence, we'd like you to do that. I'm like, well, what happens if I'm not open to it? He goes, then we want to approve it. Okay, well, then we'll make a sentence up. So he had 4 or 5 in his mind that he said he would approve, but he wasn't privy to give me those. So we came up with a sentence and that says any presenter before making a request to the commission for extension of time of completion for any course by any student identified in the regulation other than a peace officer trainee shall contact the employing agency for approval of the request. The reason we identified peace officer trainee because of the 4 in the definition: trainee, peace officer, reserve peace officer, 5, and dispatcher. The only one that is in our definition as unaffiliated is a peace officer trainee. So we went the short route, say, hey, if you have anyone other than a peace officer training, which is not affiliated, you now shall contact the employing agency for permission for the extension, which is what they do anyways. So hopefully this will any rogue presenters out there and written in the law to require them to contact the employing agency to make the request. So that's kind of long and drawn out. I apologize for that, but we're looking to add the 1 sentence to clarify the specific duty of the presenter to contact the employing agency if that party is employed to approve the extension of time limit for a course completion.
Questions or comments from the commissioners? Is there a motion to approve the Newmeyer amendment?
Motion, Braun.
Second, Dort.
Thank you. Is there objection to unanimous consent? Before we get to that, I'm sorry, Jason. Chief Sal.
Thank you, Chair. No, this was supported by the advisory committee. No questions or concerns.
Thank you. So we have a motion. We have a second. I've asked, is there objection to unanimous consent? We're looking around, seeing no objection. The Newmeyer amendment passes.
Thank you.
Move now to 6A, proposed technical amendments to Commission Reg 1003, employment status notifications, and Commission Reg 1011, professional certificates for public safety dispatchers and record supervisors. Revocation Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler will report.
Good afternoon. Yes, so as the chair mentioned, the proposed amendments to both Commission Regulation 1003 and Commission Regulation 1011 clean up of technical language related to issuance and appointments or appointments of and issuances of professional certificates to public safety dispatchers, record supervisors, and our background investigators. So in Commission Regulation 1003, we're making some cleanup revisions to specify that the requirements for the notice of appointment and the affidavit of separation notice of separation needing to include either a notice of appointment and attestation of peace officer eligibility, or a notice of separation and affidavit of separation only apply to sworn personnel. They do not apply to our public safety dispatchers, record supervisors, or background investigators, who are the handful of non-sworn personnel that we keep track of in EDI. So that is some cleanup there. And then in Commission Regulation 1011, we're also doing cleanup language because we have found that there's still some slight references that were carryover from when 1011 included certification information for peace officers. So we're eliminating that because it's caused some confusion for our public safety dispatchers and record supervisors. So we're just putting some clarifying language or removing confusing language from that regulation. And I will take any questions if there are any.
Questions, comments? I'm guessing there would be no objection to unanimous consent.
Motion, Moon.
Second, Brazil.
Without objection to unanimous consent, motion passes. The next item is our proposed technical and clarifying amendments to the voluntary surrender of peace officer certification form. Ms. Weiler will summarize.
Yes. So the proposed revision to the regulatory text itself is just to update the date of the form and hopefully your approval of this revision. The changes themselves are to add item number 8 to the first page of the voluntary surrender form, which is an acknowledgement that the officer is voluntarily surrendering of their own free will, and that they've had an opportunity to consult with legal counsel if they so chose, and that they are not doing so under duress. And then a clarifying piece on page 2, where it previously said signature of officer. There was some confusion recently where this may have referred to the peace officer needing to sign this. So we clarified that it is the signature of the notary or the court officer. And I will take any questions.
Questions or comments? Sorry, Chief Salazar, I didn't ask you last one. I don't think you guys had, the advisory committee had comments on these two, but.
No, these were both supported by the advisory committee, no concerns.
And is there a motion to support the staff report? This motion, is there a second?
Gordon.
And is there objection to unanimous consent for the staff report? Seeing none, so moved. Thank you, Ms. Weiler. Moving with alacrity, committee reports. Advisory Committee Chair, Chief Jason Salazar will report on the advisory meeting held yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you've already heard some feedback, the advisory committee heard a number of the items from the agenda that were presented today. Advisory committee reports out of the, we welcomed the new contemporary public safety dispatcher representative, Rebecca Biederman. This was her first meeting with the group. Reports from Cal Chiefs coming up in about 10 days is the annual training symposium here in San Diego. It's the first time it's been sold out. So we're excited for that event to come. And then the Willie or RISE registration will open soon, April 6th. That will also be here in San Diego. And the biggest announcement out of there is what we call CAPS, California Accreditation of Public Safety. Cal Chiefs has launched a statewide accreditation program, specifically targeting state legislation and applicable to California agencies. That launched this last week. We already have 10 agencies that have enrolled and look forward to seeing that program continue to grow. And then let's see, from CPOA, the announcement with regards to a new director, Scott Jones, a retired Sacramento sheriff, who is now the director at CPOA. From PORAC, just complimentary post use of force training. And then I think that was the highlights of the member reports. The advisory committee yesterday also reviewed the nominations for the annual Excellence in Training Awards and made several selections. We were happy to see an increase in nominees this year. So under the category of individual achievement, we received 5 total nominations. The winner was determined to be Scott Olsacey from San Mateo PD, with the runner-up being Jason Lamb from the Palm Springs Police Department. In the organizational achievement category, we received 4 nominees, the winner being the Regional Training Center out of Fountain Valley, and the runner-up being the Seaside Police Department. Under the Lifetime Achievement, we received 3 nominees. The winner was Lawrence Ryan from the San Francisco Police Department. Runner-up was Kimberly Swobodensky from Cal State University Long Beach. And for the O.J. Bud Hawkins Award, we had 1 nomination for Dr. Sandy Boyd. Most of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with, very involved with Post Command College, and she was selected as the winner. And that is the report from the Advisory Committee, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Is there a motion to accept the Advisory Committee report, including the nominees for the post-training awards?
Brazil.
Second. Any objection to unanimous consent to the adoption of the Advisory Committee report and the nominees for the training awards? Seeing no objections, so moved. Item 8, correspondence. The following correspondence was received by post. The Racial and Identity Advisory Profiling Board, RIPA, in their 2026 annual report. The report is available online. RIPA will present the report to the commission, I believe, in June?
September.
All right. Also, we received post recommendations from RIPA. Old business. I believe Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, if I may. First, thanks to Manny and staff and Fisher for the conference that was put on the CMCC. I think it was a great first step in bringing agencies together, looking at stuff. And then I appreciated my role in that, going through all the dozens of critical incidents across the country that I've debriefed. But it prompted me to have some conversations with others there and not fully appreciating some of the things that we've done here. Is I think there's some value in the appreciation for the protests on the universities. And for those not familiar, I spent over a year down at UCLA trying to help them with getting through their protests and their partnerships and mutual aid and all the problems that were going on at UCLA, which are not unique just to UCLA. They're occurring at universities all across California and the nation. As I did not fully appreciate all the nuances, laws that are unique to the university systems, both public and private. And most of the agencies that were providing mutual aid are post-participating agencies, but yet I don't think we appreciate the nuances that happen on the university campuses, both private and public. So I'm flashing back to last commission meeting when we looked at Reg Change 1004, specific to Stanford and UOP, and I was not fully aware of the penal code section that entitles them to have police departments and a relationship that they must have with the jurisdictions that they're in, both the sheriff with Stanford and the police department with UOP, and how that nuance works. I'm also very, very aware of how the universities, both private and public, are really, really trying to step up their game with new trainings, new regulations, and trying to stop gap and make their agencies much more, they're just better suited for what they're now seeing in the future. And so I think it would behoove us to have a report back, just maybe bring in a chief from the UC or CSUs and maybe Stanford or UOP or both to come in and talk about what goes on campuses, what they need from us, and what would help them do their jobs better so that the agencies around them can better help them in the process, which includes what we originally talked about last time with just the training officer piece. That's just a small piece that what Stanford and UOP are trying to do, but it's part of a bigger picture with how the campuses are really, really trying to step up their games. I think it might be worth report back on some of the nuance sections, the 830.75, and then bringing, again, if we can get a chief or two from public or private to come and talk about the nuance differences. I don't want to throw Joe Farrow under the bus on this one, but he can appreciate the difference from going from a, CHP to then a UC and the differences. He's also the one that roped me into UCLA, so he can just pay back. And then maybe the chief from Stanford and maybe one of the chiefs from CSU, because they really are trying to up their games and really trying to help us help them and help them help their allied agencies in the mutual aid process. So I think one, do that, and I'd like to see it come back with a reassessment of allowing UOP and Stanford to allow their folks to go through FTO school so they can train their folks better on campus. So that's my request. It's more than just the Stanford and UOP. That's part of it, but it's just get a broader understanding of what they're going through, because I don't see the disruption on campuses and the protests going away. I see it ramping up with the current political state. So I think it's our time to step up to help them.
Thank you, Commissioner Brazil. So let me just ask to clarify. So you're requesting or recommending re-agendizing the item that we heard or didn't, or we discussed last meeting, as well as additional information, re-agendizing for June?
That'd be great, because the sooner we can help them, the sooner, again, I don't see the protests going down. And coming from, it's public knowledge, but when you go to help a campus out and the surrounding agencies are telling you, we're not coming to help because of what we see going on campus, it's time for us. I think maybe we could have a role in bridging some of those gaps. But again, my request is we come back with a proposal for the FTO program for UOP and Stanford with more education about what the penal code says they're allowed to do and the restrictions. Some of the things that we said we didn't like actually can't happen because of the law, the way it's written, but also use that as an opportunity with just a broader perspective of what the university systems can do different than municipal policing and what kind of things we can do to help them from a post commissions.
So just to clarify, I'm going to ask the executive director, is June a reasonable response time for you folks to re-agendize and put that on that agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I imagine it is. It was a consent item that we proposed. So writing a consent agenda item is easy. It's really just finding those individuals to come, whether it's Chief Farrow or somebody else. But I'm sure if he's not available, we can get one of the other UC chiefs or one of the CSU chiefs, and I could reach out to Stanford or UOP or one of the other private institutions.
And maybe the sheriff and police chief from that actually manage those. I mean, you've got the sheriff. Stanford can only operate with the sheriff's permission and an agreement, and UOP can only operate with the permission and agreement, actual MOU agreement with Stockton PD. So it'd be good to hear from them on how that works, because I think that kind of fell between the cracks with us at the committee. It did with me anyway, and shame on me for not researching a little bit more about what does that actually mean. And it would also give them an opportunity to talk about things that they're trying to do in conversation with Post on trainings that they need at the university level, I'm talking back to the UCs and the CSUs, what trainings they're trying to do and are eventually going to ask us to authorize based on the unique needs of the campuses and the laws.
Commissioner Nieto?
Yeah, I was also approached regarding this, the UOP and Stanford stuff, but also it has to do with the post-reserve level 1 certification holders and their FTO certification, because how it's written, I guess. There's some problems, Manny. I'm not going to read it out loud to the whole thing. I'll get it to you. If you guys could take a look at it and then maybe explain it so the people that approach me, I can explain it to them.
Other comments or questions? The initial effort to do this last hearing was not met with aplomb or a great deal of love, so I just want to make sure anyone here wants to raise any particular issues. Otherwise, I don't think we need a motion, Mr. Executive Director. But I do want to see if anyone wants to raise issues heretofore discussed. Seeing nothing, we'll see this again in June. New business. We have a reappointment request from the advisory committee to reappoint Kathy Oborn as representative of the California Association of Administration of Justice Educators on the advisory committee. Is there a motion? And a second? Does anyone have objection to unanimous consent for this reappointment? Seeing none. Welcome back, Ms. Oborn. The advisory committee has also recommended reappointing Visalia Police Chief Jason Salazar as chair of the advisory board. Motion. Is there a second? Is there objection to unanimous consent? Better call the roll. No, I think we can go with unanimous consent, Chief. I think I can speak for all my colleagues here. We really appreciate what you're doing with the advisory committee. Thank you very much. Mr. Executive Director has something here.
Wanted to also make a request from the commission to put something out for public comment that you have not seen yet. So we would like to standardize the modular training for public safety dispatchers. The course right now is, I believe, 162 hours, just over 160 hours. There are presenters that do it in a modular format, which is perfectly permissible and we encourage, however, that it's not standardized. So if somebody takes the first part of the class at one presenter and then wants to take the second part of the class at a different presenter, they may have not received the entire content because they're allowed to put whatever content they wish into their modular format. So we would like to standardize the modular format. It will require a regulation change. We're hoping that we could put on a workshop with the public safety dispatchers in April to craft what content should be in the first module, Module A, and then Module B, and then put it out for public comment prior to you all seeing that. The reason for that is we would like to make it effective January 1, and in order, or soon thereafter, in order to do that, we have to kind of move quickly with OAL and the process. So just asking permission, generally, we come to you with a proposed regulation, then it goes out for public comment. But in this instance, if you are all okay, it will be the same content. It'll just be broken up into two standardized pieces. We would like to put it out for public comment if you are all okay with that. If not, we will bring it to the commission and then put it out for public comment after June.
Or you need a motion.
Thumbs up will suffice. All right.
Thank you.
A thumb call vote. It passes. Future commission dates and upcoming commission meetings will be held June 3rd and 4th in West Sacramento, September 16th and 17th, tentatively somewhere in Southern California.
Or Monterey.
Or Monterey.
No, teasing. I was trying to lighten it up a little bit.
Soon, too soon.
Nobody's laughing.
It's went up.
Go there.
December 2nd or 3rd in West Sacramento.
There is a Monterey Park down there. Monterey Park.
We now move to a SB2 issue. I'll ask Post Bureau Chief Robert Bob Tripp, formerly of the Professional Conduct Central Bureau and now Chief of the Compliance Audit and Accountability Bureau, and Brian Hoffman to come forward on the case Kamawan Kevin Takum, who I believe they will tell us he has surrendered his certification. Gentlemen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, I was the law enforcement consultant in my previous position who investigated this allegation referred to us by the Fresno Police Department. And with me is Brian Hoffman, an attorney with our Legal Affairs Bureau. So yesterday afternoon, the respondent, Kamawan Kevin Takum, voluntarily surrendered his peace officer certification that was processed this morning with an effective date of March 3rd, 2026. As a voluntary surrender has the same effect as a revocation, I will therefore not be presenting the factual basis for that case, which is now moot. But since this was published on the agenda and you were provided with a copy of the investigative summary and findings, I wanted to be present to address any questions that you had.
Seeing none, Mr. Tripp.
Okay.
Any other comments? I believe we are fully noticed on this, and we don't need any type of comment from the commission. Oh, I'm going to call for public comment, but we don't need anything from the commission on this. So is there public comment since this is relatively recent news that the surrender of certification is in order. Mr. Williams standing up. Mr. Miller. Ms. Williams. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Commission. And in light of the surrender of his certification, this is very good news. But I would still like to say, to just get off our chest, that officer like this, Officer Tackham, I think that's how you pronounce his name, as a community terrorist and a threat and a harassment of a family is something that can't be tolerated, especially using the system as it is, the 911, to bring this kind of terror and a harassment to a civilian and their child, which makes it a family. So these kind of things, of course, could not be tolerated, could not stand for. I am very happy and delighted that he pulled his own documents and surrendered them for us, but this needs to go to be said, since I came all the way here to say it. So another thing I would like to add along with that is, when we do have officers that go through the local process and they don't reach the level of being sustained, but they come here to this board and let's say we find that they should be decertified. I think there should be a data tracking on that, how the difference between local sustainment and our revocation comes out, and see how that looks throughout all of our departments. And if we have that already, I would like to see it. Maybe I glossed over it in the data that we put out, but I think that would be a good information for us to understand how local people, local institutions are either favoring their officers, or are they keeping up in the same standards, which we would look at here.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Miller. And it's in that document that
It
we
is.
so kindly provided you this morning. Yeah.
Thank you for so kindly providing it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any other comments on this case? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name again is Tasha Williamson, and I was here today to urge this commission to revoke the certification of Fresno Police Officer Tackham. However, I am thankful that he surrendered his certification. The facts in the case are not disputed. The officer admitted multiple times to knowingly making 3 false emergency reports to the Fresno Police Department. These were not mistakes, misunderstandings, or poor judgment in the heat of the moment. These were intentional acts of dishonesty carried out by a trained peace officer who fully understood the consequences of misusing emergency response systems. According to the findings, the officer called department's non-emergency line on 3 separate occasions and falsely reported a violent domestic disturbance at the home of a woman he had previously been in a relationship with. Those calls were fabricated by a police officer attempting to manipulate and pressure his former partner into contacting him. This conduct represents a profound abuse of power that was clear and convincing evidence of dishonesty, weaponizing the police response system despite and targeting civilian woman and her child. And yet, despite these admissions, the officer remained employed. Local discipline, whether a suspension, demotion, or last chance agreement, cannot substitute for statewide professional standards. That is precisely why the legislature created the commission's authority. The purpose of post-certification is to ensure that individuals who demonstrate serious misconduct, particularly dishonesty and abuse of authority, are not permitted to continue exercising the powers of peace officer anywhere. Accountability in policing is not about punishment. It is about maintaining the integrity of the profession and protecting the public from individuals who have demonstrated they cannot be trusted with the authority of the badge. Law enforcement departments across California should ensure they have policies and procedures in place that maintain a 0 tolerance of dishonesty from any law enforcement officer. Here in San Diego, we have officers who are still employed after committing fraud, lying on reports, in courts, and to internal affair investigators. They remain employed and are often promoted. Persistent trends show dishonesty has been a longstanding issue in American policing. The reality is that communities have every right to have a reality of mistrust of police. Senate Bill 2 was created in California because too many departments use police officers' Bill of Rights to be the barrier preventing them from firing officers who committed crimes like Officer Takum. The cost of community lives, death or injuries, far outweighs the $42,000 DOJ or OAH costs or officers' costs to have them. Thank you and the investigators for your time and responsibility you all carry in safeguarding the integrity of law enforcement in California and making sure that the voices of the people are heard.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Any further questions or comments from anyone here? Seeing none, we will now temporarily adjourn into closed session to confer with legal counsel. I believe we just go down the hall to where the lunch was. Is that right? So let's head there. We will be back shortly. Yeah, and then that's the only action item we have. All right, we're back in session. Thank you everyone for your patience. If it's, I had to sit here with robust, good discussions, however. Mr. Darden, would you like to just close out the closed session summary, and then we'll have a motion?
Sure. The last to my portion of the closed session, which was litigation matters the commission discussed in closed session. A number of litigation matters. And then I believe we're now going to move to consideration of the proposed decision.
All right, and then in closed session, the commission discussed the proposed decision of an ALJ, Michael Starkey, in the matter of the accusation against Joshua Paul Anea, post case 2307. The length, and I believe there are a couple of motions that are coming out, will come out of this. Is there a motion?
In the Anea case, to uphold the ALJ's decision.
Or second?
Lori.
All right. Please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Duggan,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon, Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moodian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Knapp. In the same case, the matter of Joshua Paul Anea, we have a second motion, I believe. Commissioner Brazil?
Yes. I move the commission designates the adopted proposed discipline as a precedential decision pursuant to Government Code Section 11425.60.
For a second.
Second, Braun.
Is there any comment or question before we call the roll? Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Barcelona.
Oh.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
No.
Duggan,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Long,
Yes.
Moodian,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
No.
Terrio,
No.
and Woolry. It's 10 in favor.
Matter passes 10, you said,
10 in favor,
and 5 in opposition, correct?
6 no.
6 no?
Right.
Okay, that's it. Matter passes. All right. Any further questions from commissioners? What? It's 5.
It's 5.
I had 5. Yeah, I had 5. So it's 10-5.
It,
Vote is 10-5.
16 present.
What?
It's 11 in favor
Oh, I'm sorry.
with 5
Okay,
no's.
5. I only kept 5. 11-5. 11-5. Everybody clear? Other business to come before the commission? Does anyone have any questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion, man.
Second. Opposition to that motion, we are adjourned. We'll see you back at 9 a.m. Since we did not know our SB2 case to be canceled today, we only have the 2 cases for tomorrow.